The legendary Hollywood director. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1. A suicide note. Lemon felt like he was about to die. His whole body was in severe pain, and his head seemed to be about to explode. It hurt so much. The pain kept coming. Finally, the pain eased. Lemon's chaotic brain also had a bit of clarity. He slowly opened his eyes, and the things in front of him gradually became clear. The bright incandescent light on the ceiling fell down weakly, and the pale light made him dizzy. He couldn't help but close his eyes and breathe heavily. But even so, the discomfort and pain from his body continued to torture him. What happened? Didn't he invite a few buddies to KTV to sing on his birthday? Why did his body become like this? He raised his arm and pinched his eyebrows with his fingertips to make his dizzy head more clear. He opened his eyes again and saw everything around him. In a room less than 20 square meters, there were all kinds of miscellaneous things scattered around, and it looked like it had been looted. Looking up, there were triangular arched beams and a wooden window. The window was closed. Isn't this his home? Lemon stared blankly at the scene in front of him. Then, he seemed to think of something. He got up from the bed like crazy and looked for a mirror. Finally, he found a palm-sized mirror in a drawer in the room. Looking at the strange face in the mirror, Lemon was suddenly as if he had lost his parents. That was not him. The strange environment and the face that he saw in the mirror was completely different from him. It was reasonable to be terrified. He had traveled through time, from the mainland of 2020 to an unknown place. In addition to sadness, there was anger in his heart, and this anger was getting more and more intense. TM, XXXX, a national curse was shouted by him. Bang. As if unhappy, Lemon clenched his right fist and smashed it hard on the floor. The sound, like thunder in the flat ground, was so pleasant in this quiet environment. But the pain in his hand was not false. The numb feeling came clearly from his right hand. He could even feel the sharpness of the nails piercing into the palm and the discomfort of the finger bones. There is no point in anger except venting. He still did not return to the familiar place. Soon, the slightly calmer Lemon began to search for the information left by the original owner. Finally, he noticed a piece of paper fixed on the wooden table, on which was written something. It should be you, Ryan, who found my body. I'm really grateful for your care during this period. If possible, please tell my father about my death and hand over a labeled cardboard box in the corner of the study to him. Thank you very much. This is actually a suicide note, and it is written in French. After reading it, Lemon hurried to the next room and found the cardboard box mentioned in the letter. After opening it, there was another letter on the top. Please forgive my selfishness, Father. I have hated you for so many years and blamed you for abandoning me back then. But now, I want to ask you to bury me next to my mother's grave. After learning of my death, she has been lonely, and I want to accompany her. I hope you can fulfill my wish. In the cardboard box, in addition to this letter, there is also a property transfer agreement about the house. It is said that after the death of Lemon Rath, the new owner of the house is Del Rath, the father mentioned in this person's mouth. After sealing the cardboard box and putting it back in place, Lemon sat back on the bed, where he woke up. His thoughts were very chaotic at this time. Some memories of his predecessor and his previous memories kept flashing through his brain. The two sides were intertwined, and he had been tortured since he woke up. The fact that he had to accept the time travel was the reason why Lemon was crazy. He was a graduate of the directing department of Beijing Film Academy. As soon as he entered the society, he joined a crew as a photography assistant through the relationship of the college. After 3 years in the circle, he finally got a chance to direct. Although there were many directors for that TV series, he was only responsible for some of the shooting scenes, but he was still very excited to be the director for the first time. But the accident came without any signs. He was just celebrating his birthday, his 27th birthday. There was no shooting task the next day, and he also greeted the chief director, and everything was fine. Why is this happening? Lemon couldn't figure it out. He thought his life was wonderful, and he didn't need to start over again. But God just liked to play jokes. He brought him to this place, a small town in Cannes, France. Lyman, who had merged the memories of his previous body, was a little distressed. This body had left too many messes. He and his good friend Ryan shot a movie some time ago, and the two of them invested a lot of their fortunes in it. But the film had problems with distribution. At the Cannes Film Festival, the film they shot was spotted by an international distributor. The man said that he could operate the film to be released in Hollywood because he had channels. The TI couldn't accept this temptation and immediately decided to give the distribution rights of the film to that company. The man was also very kind to draw up a distribution contract for Lyman to sign. It guaranteed the profits they would have as producers after the film was released. The 20% profit share plus the film copyright owner still belonged to the Mann studio that Lyman and Ryan cooperated with. Lyman thought it was okay and signed it happily. But what happened later taught this young man who had just graduated from college a lesson. The distributor, Miramax Films, as promised, moved the film to Hollywood for screening. Although there were only a few dozen theaters showing the film, it was also a recognition for Lyman. He and Ryan went to Los Angeles to watch their work in the cinema. But when the film was off the shelves, they went to Miramax Films to find the gentleman who bought the copyright. But they were told that the film's release revenue was a loss. Not only was there no profit, but a lot of operating costs were also paid in. Lyman and Ryan needed to use the relevant copyrights of the film to make up for Miramax's losses, otherwise they would have to pay. There was no other way, so they had to sign another contract and hand over all the copyrights of the film to Miramax Films. If that was all, it would be fine. It was nothing more than that their film was not recognized by the market, and it was a problem of their ability. But later, Lyman, who thought more and more that something was wrong, consulted relevant people in the industry and found out that there was a problem with the distribution contract itself. It was not formal. It did not mention the cost of guaranteed distribution, nor did it mention the issue of paying for the purchase of copyrights for early operations. It was a deception to use the subsequent profits to pay for the early transaction links. Lyman was furious when he learned the truth. He went to Los Angeles to find the head of Miramax Films, the famous Harvey Weinstein. But his ruthless words pierced Lyman's heart. "The person you are talking about is from my company. Did he do anything wrong? If so, please go to the court to decide all this." The court naturally did not accept Lyman's lawsuit. The contract was clearly written in black and white, and Lyman's name was also signed. It was legal and there was nothing wrong. Back at his residence in Cannes, Lyman felt more and more annoyed. He had betrayed the trust of his good friend Ryan and invested all the savings left by his mother in that movie. He could not face all this. This huge gap made the original owner of this body choose death. That night, he took medicine and committed suicide. Lyman sat on the bed, not knowing what to say. The death of such a cowardly and stupid person made him travel through time inexplicably. It was ridiculous. A complete loser, a coward who dared not face reality, really deserved to die. This thought kept appearing in Lyman's mind. He really couldn't have the slightest sympathy for the original owner. The world is dangerous, and he doesn't know how to be on guard. Sooner or later, he will be finished. Looking at the messy bedroom in front of him, Lyman gradually calmed down. In any case, he has to face it now. It took a while to tidy up the residence a little. Lyman was a little hungry. He found some bread in the kitchen drawer and ate it slowly with water. Finally, there was a little support in his empty stomach. What should he do now? What should he do next? Go back to the mainland? No, Lyman immediately rejected this idea. His current identity is a 26-year-old Frenchman, and it was only 2001. What can he do if he goes back? The visa issue alone is a big trouble. After much thought, the best thing is to work in a film-related profession. Whether it was his previous life or the original owner of this body, they all learned knowledge related to film. That was a field he was familiar with. However, there was another extremely realistic problem that needed to be considered: how to pay back the debt he owed to his good friend Ryan. Most of the investment in this movie was made by Ryan, but Lyman didn't want to take advantage of it too much, so he promised to count part of it as a loan. After all, the cost of filming the movie was agreed to be $500,000, and the two invested in half and shared the profits in half. Now all of it has been lost, not to mention the travel expenses and living expenses spent later. For this reason, Lyman was burdened with 80,000 yuan of negative assets as soon as he crossed over. And how much money did he have left? After searching the entire house, he only found 356 yuan. What use could this money be? This was the price that the coward paid for his mentally retarded behavior, but in the end, he had to bear the consequences. Damn, it was really a fucking crossing. Lyman rubbed his head and was also very upset. Everything was against him, and there was nothing to be happy about. Chapter 2 Friend Ryan. People always like to chase poetry and distance, chase illusory dreams, but before taking action, it is best to fill your stomach first. If you can't even survive, everything else is just empty talk. It has been 2 days since I came to this strange country. Lyman has not gone anywhere and done nothing except walking around here to get familiar with the environment. Before his dream of making a movie comes true, he must first have an opportunity to participate in it or a job related to it. After all, his total assets, apart from the house, are only 356 yuan. Today, he went to the bakery and spent 30 yuan, leaving only 326 yuan. If he doesn't find a source of income, he may really starve to death in France. Dying in a foreign country is too cruel, and Lyman absolutely doesn't want to do that. The sky soon began to darken again. I don't know whether the security conditions in France are good or not, and Lyman doesn't dare to go out alone at night. Dinner is the French breadsticks bought in the morning, plus some boiled water, chewed a few times, and swallowed it with water. It only cost about 5 euros. Lyman has no income yet, and he dare not spend a penny carelessly. He must save money. Lying on the bed in the bedroom early, Lyman turned his mind and thought about how to make money next. Write a script? No. Not to mention that his creative ability is very poor. He can barely justify himself. Even if he writes a good script, who will buy it? There is no shortage of good stories in this world, but there is a shortage of people who can make stories. As a former insider, Lyman knows that countless film companies have script libraries full of scripts that no one appreciates. This is a path with infinitely low probability. Be an actor? It seems impossible. He looked at his face and looked like a supporting actor. He was not handsome and had no characteristics. How can an ordinary, featureless face earn a living in the fiercely competitive entertainment industry? As for copying songs, it is a fantasy. He has heard a lot of songs, many of which are in English, but listening to songs and writing songs are completely different. It is impossible for someone like him who has not received professional training to write songs. Thinking of this, Lyman, who was a little bored, stood up and walked to the window. He looked through the window at the starry sky in the distance. He needed to calm down. After a long time, he sighed, threw away the unrealistic thoughts in his mind, and turned his mind back to the most realistic thing, that is, to find a job with income first to solve the problem of survival in the future. Everyone wants to get rich overnight, but it is just a fantasy. Where is this? Cannes, the town with the strongest French film atmosphere. The 2-week international film festival in mid-May every year is held here. There must be no shortage of jobs in the film industry here, Lyman thought to himself. As the night deepened, Lyman no longer thought about how to go tomorrow. Physical and mental fatigue had begun to urge him to rest. After a good sleep, the next morning, Lyman was awakened by a knock on the door. As soon as he opened the door, a dark shadow rushed over. He hugged Lyman and patted Lyman's back with his palm. Ryan Garsha. Lyman saw who the person was at this time, and he shouted immediately. The man called Ryan loosened his arms and stood in front of Lyman with a smile on his face. "Oh, my dear friend, you don't look very happy." The man standing in front of Lyman had long chestnut hair casually draped over his shoulders, a pair of slightly deep dark blue eyes under his high nose bridge and thick eyebrows, and a rough and messy stubble on his chin. The whole round face matched the tall and thin figure, and a wild temperament came to his face. He was Lyman's good friend in college, Ryan. He was one of the 2 members who didn't know how high the sky was and wanted to make money by making movies. Lyman curled his lips, worried that he was here to collect debts, but he said calmly, "Why did you come to me? It's already June. We agreed to go to the beach to pick up girls. Have you forgotten?" Ryan looked at Lemon with a strange look, wanting to see panic on his calm face, but unfortunately he didn't. Of course, Lemon didn't know what Ryan said. This might be what the original body agreed to. Although he inherited some memories, he had no impression of this. But I have to find a job. Didn't you say you don't work? My friend, are you going to leave your leisurely life so soon and be exploited by others? Ryan looked at Lemon carefully and said uncertainly, is it because of the failure of the movie? I said I used my money to make it, and I still have a few €1,000 on me. You can use it first. Isn't it just a loss? What's the big deal? My family runs a slaughterhouse. This little money is nothing. I can afford it. Ryan's firm eyes seemed to be telling the truth. But Lemon knew it was different. Ryan's family is indeed rich, but that is his father's assets, and he has 2 older brothers. That money was also the starting capital for his father to finance his business. Now that it is gone, he will probably go home to inherit the family business after hanging around for a while. Of course, it is not the slaughterhouse business. That is actually the product of his father's small success in his career. Now he has long since stopped doing that business and has transformed into a clothing agent in processing. He also has several stores and factories under his name. He is definitely a wealthy family. After Ryan finished speaking, he really took out a handful of banknotes from his pocket and said, I only have this much on me. I thought I would use it when picking up girls, but now. He turned his head and looked at the room that was still a little messy, even though it had been cleaned up, and said, you need this money more. Take it first. Tell me if you have any questions. We have known each other for so long. If you treat me as a friend, don't be embarrassed to ask. Oh, I just got hit suddenly and was sleeping at home to recover. I forgot to contact you. Sorry, Ryan, I made you worry. Lemon said sincerely with apology. Ryan's mood obviously improved. He thought his friend would be depressed because of this blow. Now he could still joke, which showed that he really came out of it. If you ask me, it's because the genre of that movie is too ordinary. They play bland, and we play bland too, without any innovation. Isn't this a failure? Ryan analyzed the reasons for the failure of the movie seriously. He didn't know that they were cheated by Miramax. He thought that the movie really had no audience and was not recognized by the market, which led to the complete loss of the filming cost. Lemon nodded and agreed with Ryan's point of view. His analysis made sense. The plot of a bland movie, which does not go through the film festival route to expand its reputation, will most likely not be recognized by the audience. The audience will not pay attention to the release of each movie, so of course some inducing conditions are needed to make them choose the movie they want to watch. If no one knows, how can there be a market? Although Europe has always produced a lot of art films, it is based on the right theaters and the quality reputation that can make a difference in the box office market. Moreover, for those famous art films, there is no need to worry about the copyright operation. Other distributors will buy them at high prices to subsidize the production costs. Unlike the two of them, they first chose the wrong subject matter, and secondly, they believed the lies of Miramax films, which led to heavy losses and no conditions for recovering funds. Yes, Ryan, so I plan to find a job in the film industry and accumulate more experience. Lemon still accepted the money. In the past, he would never have taken it, but considering that he had not eaten normal meals for 2 days and had no follow-up work problems, in the face of the heavy reality, he did not have many choices. He hesitated a little and took the money from Ryan. You majored in philosophy and took electives in director theory and set control. Are you really willing to work as a handyman on the crew? Even Ryan knew that the qualification issue in the film and television industry was a hurdle. A novice like Lemon could only do handyman work. He said with a hint of disappointment, do you think the first failure is an experience? I'll go to my father for some money, and we'll shoot a movie vigorously. I believe in you, Lemon. You are an excellent director and you will succeed. When he was in college, Lemon was praised by many professors for his directing talent. Ryan, a poor student, also admired Lemon. He was obsessed with movies and tried to analyze the ideological language behind each shot in the movie. When he directed his first work, the huge shot composition and the filling of various details in the script all showed his love for this career. In Ryan's view, it was impossible for such a person not to succeed in movies. So I succeeded. Ryan was choked by Lemon's response. Before he finished speaking, the next sentence was more powerful, but I think I'd better not direct again in the near future. I'll find a job that suits me better now. Ryan was even more confused. Lemon, do you really want to do this? You don't believe in yourself more than I do. 3 years of hard work in the previous life made Lemon more aware of the cruelty of the circle. Indeed, he had a lot of experience in filming, and the experience accumulated from other positions also made him very familiar with the operation of the studio. But so what? Where did the money come from? Did he rely on Ryan's funding? He didn't want to do this. Filming is risky. He can't do things that he is not sure of again and again, and let Ryan bear the consequences. That's not what friends should do. Although they have only been in contact for such a period of time, he felt Ryan's friendship with Lemon. It is precisely because of this that he can't easily get involved in filming. That is a disrespect for this kind of feelings. Chapter 3. Finding a job. France's film and television production industry and distribution theaters have a fairly complete industrial foundation, and they occupy a certain position in the entire European cultural circle. After breakfast, Lemon went out to look for opportunities to make money. He went to a newsstand on a street corner and bought several newspapers. Then he found a secluded place and carefully looked through the recruitment column on the newspaper he bought, hoping to find a type that suits him. His requirements were not high, as long as it was a job related to the film industry. As for the remuneration, he would choose to accept it, as long as it was enough to support himself. With his current conditions, the best way is to make more connections in the film industry. He thought that, after he joined the crew and showed certain abilities, someone might be willing to help him. The road has been chosen, and it depends on how he seizes the opportunity. After flipping through several newspapers, Lemon copied down several pieces of information that interested him one by one, and made plans later. When he flipped through the last newspaper, a recruitment advertisement that took up a large space appeared in front of him, and he was instantly moved. A newly launched film project began to prepare crew members and publicly recruited art designers, costume designers, and assistants for stage management. The name of this project was The Pianist. After reading the recruitment profile in detail, Lemon was convinced that this was the classic anti-war film. The highest prize of the next Cannes Film Festival, the Palme d'Or, was won by this film, and it was also nominated for the Best Picture at the Oscars that year. If he could join this crew, it would be absolutely great for him to improve his qualifications in the circle. Think about the audience reputation and honors that the film will bring in the future. If you are an insider, how can you not take advantage of it? Lemon, who had made up his mind, immediately took a taxi to the recruitment location mentioned in the newspaper. When he got there, he found that there were many people coming and going. The competition was undoubtedly fierce. After all, director Roman Polanski is a veteran filmmaker who has directed a series of excellent films such as Knife in the Water, Chinatown, and The Tenant. It is inevitable that the establishment of his new film project will attract attention. Moreover, for a film like The Pianist, which has an open production cost of more than $35 million, a large crew will inevitably be assembled. The number of behind-the-scenes staff alone will not be small, which is why external recruitment is needed. The agency does not have so many handymen. Line up, come one by one, fill out the information first, and then try out for the corresponding position. A person who maintains order shouted with a small loudspeaker. When Lemon heard the shouting, he hurried to the back of the line. He roughly estimated that there were at least a few hundred people in front of him. With such a long line, it was really a huge army crossing a single plank bridge. After a long time, it was finally Lemon's turn. After writing down his basic information at the registration desk, he received a number, 523. According to the receptionist, he had to try out for the number in Studio 3. Walking into the huge studio, Lemon headed towards the target point, while thinking about which position to apply for. Combining his own strengths and weaknesses, he finally decided to apply for the crew's art director. Because he had seen the movie The Pianist, the photography style in it was quite familiar, which was also an advantage. Moreover, his ability to compose pictures benefited from the experience of two lives, and the effect was quite good. If he could draw a draft that matched the temperament of the movie on the spot, it would surely be a big plus, Lemon thought secretly. Maybe because there were relatively few people interviewing for this type of job. As soon as Lemon entered Studio 3, he was immediately told by the staff that he could go in for the interview. You know, when he came in, there were still many people waiting outside the hall. He knocked gently on the door of an office, and after hearing the voice of "Please come in" from inside, Lemon pushed the door and walked in. There were not many people inside, only 3. One was a middle-aged woman with short chestnut hair, the other was a fat uncle with slightly white hair, and the other was a little younger than the previous 2. According to Lemon's guess, he was the one who said "Please come in" just now. This way. The slightly younger man pointed to the chair opposite him and motioned Lemon to sit down. "Thank you." Lemon responded politely. It seems that this man's status is obviously lower than the first 2. "My name is Nonakoris, and I'm in charge of art and props for the crew." As if it was the routine, he introduced the next 2 again. Sure enough, Lemon's guess was correct. The fat uncle with a little white hair was a production manager who coordinated the logistics of the studio, and the middle-aged woman was the specific person in charge of the art department. "Hello, Mr. Koris. Hello, Ms. Dami. Hello, Mr. Burton." Lemon greeted them one by one very politely. The 2 people just nodded, and Nonakoris said again, "Then let's get started now. Briefly introduce yourself first." "My name is Lemon Ratch, a local from Cannes, and I have directed a feature film." Lemon quickly recounted his carefully designed personal resume in concise sentences. His previous life can be regarded as having a foundation in the film industry, and these experiences are also a plus. After speaking, Lemon sat quietly in the chair, waiting for the 3 people's decision. Is he lying? A director with directing experience would come to fight for a small position like assistant art director? The middle-aged woman couldn't help but mutter to the fat uncle with white hair. "Ask." The fat uncle with white hair didn't jump to conclusions. He asked Lemon, "Can I know some information about your feature film?" "Yes." Then, Lemon told the basic information of the film he shot in his memory and took out the film distribution contract signed with Miramax from his file bag to confirm what he said. Lemon didn't expect these documents to be useful at this time. He was a little glad that he had foresight and didn't forget to bring these seemingly useless things after going out. The 3 took the documents, opened them and looked at them to make sure that Lemon didn't lie. "It's true," the fat uncle with a little white hair said softly. Putting the documents back, the middle-aged woman carefully looked at the applicant in front of her. He was a young man with a tall and strong body. Even when he was sitting there was a sense of pressure from his height. On that slightly narrow face, the face was ordinary, and the nose was slightly larger, which made the facial features look uneven. The chestnut-colored short hair completely exposed the forehead, and the hairstyle was also very bad. As a woman, after looking at him for a while, she automatically picked out many shortcomings in his appearance. "So, why do you want to join the crew of The Pianist as an art assistant? You have directed a movie." Lemon understood the meaning of the middle-aged woman's words, and he explained, "After the filming of that movie, it will take a long time to get the profit back. In addition, I'm a little tight on money recently, and joining the crew of The Pianist will allow me to learn more production experience. So, I hope I can participate in such a work." He lied, and the movie actually lost all, but the 3 people in front of him didn't know, and it was right to fight for a little advantage for himself. He continued to fight. "This is an opportunity that can benefit people a lot. I really want to join this crew and learn some experience from all the successful people." The flattering words jumped out of Lemon's mouth without any hesitation. Nonakoris nodded gently. If he had the right to select this job, the man in front of him could definitely join the crew. He was polite, had work experience, and knew how to talk. It was not too much to give him a chance. Just as he was daydreaming, the voice of Ms. Dami sounded beside him. "Are you willing to accept a low salary?" Lemon could see that the interviewer had a good impression of him. As long as he could accept the salary conditions, he would probably be able to join the crew of The Pianist. Dami continued, "The shooting time is about 4 months. You are an art assistant. The first 2 weeks are an internship and there is no salary. After that, your remuneration will be calculated at €300 per week. The crew will provide meals. Accommodation is not provided for local filming, but it will be provided for filming in other places. Lemon got anxious after hearing this. Is this how they exploit labor? He said, Ms. Dammy, I have sufficient experience as an artist. I'm not a newbie. I know, but the budget of the crew is tight, so we are only looking for art assistant trainees. Ms. Dammy said slowly, although the salary is low, there is not much work for an artist to do. You have plenty of free time to go to the set and learn more about the shooting of movie like this. Ms. Dammy's good for you expression made Lemon a little funny. He had been in a large crew before, and he was no stranger to more people than this. He had also worked as a stagehand in his previous life, so he knew too well how the crew operated during production. It was just a word used to attract the opportunity to join the crew, but it became his bondage. How could Lemon say that he came here for his future survival, but how could he survive with this salary condition, and he had to work for free for the first 2 weeks, which was a trap, no matter how he thought about it. What if he was kicked out of the crew after 2 weeks? Lemon had seen this kind of method many times in his previous life. If that really happened, it would undoubtedly make him more embarrassed. Ms. Dammy, are there any other options? Lemon said again, unwilling to give up. No, this is the condition of our art department. Maybe other positions have better conditions. Hearing this, Lemon regained some confidence. He quickly said goodbye to the 3 people, left the office, and asked about other job openings. But the result was a unified reply of no. The crew was fully staffed. Chapter 4, Investing, Seeking Support and Voting. Walking out of the office area of the pianist crew, Lemon looked up at the sunny sky in Cannes, but he didn't know where his way out was. He really underestimated the many obstacles that this industry faced for novices. Even if he told those people that he had rich experience in the industry and had directed a feature film, he still couldn't get a decent salary. If he was just an intern, he would really have to rely on selling cheap labor to make a living. With that little money, what could he do? Would he continue to have bread and water? He had had enough of that kind of life, and he didn't want to be in such a state of desolation. He looked for opportunities from the newspaper recruitment information he had copied down before, but he still got a job and salary with no guarantee and no future, which made Lemon very depressed. He had a lot of ambitions, but he didn't get the opportunity to display them. The reality of the film industry kept him firmly out. This is a circle that emphasizes connections, qualifications and successful experience. Unfortunately, his predecessor left him nothing, which was the most pitfall. Standing on the busy streets of a small town, Lemon suddenly had an extremely crazy idea in his mind. He was going to cheat investments, no matter whose, no matter if he could cheat, he was going to try. Instead of waiting for others to give him opportunities, it was better to take risks and cheat the fat sheep. Even if he was discovered and arrested and sent to jail, it was better than being passive like now. Opportunities are created and fought for by people. If you don't try, how can you know whether you can succeed? Lemon, who had made up his mind, didn't plan to move forward according to his previous plan. It was the world and God who forced him. His smooth life was ruined, so what burden did being alive have for him? He took a taxi back home, changed into a suit that looked the most stable, shaved off the messy beard that had not been trimmed in the past few days, looked at the mature style in the mirror, and went out with all the prepared documents. There was his college diploma, a script created by his predecessor, and the distribution contract of Miramax. He had prepared everything that could be used. It just depended on whether there were fat sheep willing to support him. As for seeking investment from his father, who he had never met since traveling through time, or his friend Ryan, Lemon was not among the candidates he considered. To cheat someone, he had to cheat a stranger, acquaintances, etc. His face did not allow him to do it. In a famous studio in Cannes, Lemon successfully mixed into a crew with his calm temperament and then avoided the inspection of the security guard at the door. This is used to shoot interior scenes, and many post-production works of the film are also carried out here. There are crew members and investors coming and going everywhere. Just like The Pianist, which has attracted the attention of the entire French film industry, part of the filming work will also be carried out here. When passing by the crew with the nameplate of The Pianist, Lyman subconsciously stopped and watched for a while. The staff inside were communicating and coordinating something. He still had some ideas about this matter, but after all, he had made another choice, right? It is good to be able to smoothly improve industry qualifications and get opportunities, but who is willing to take risks to defraud investment? Continuing to move forward, Lyman walked towards the parking lot. Attracting investment is also a technical job, especially when the funds involve hundreds of thousands of yuan, which tests a person's persuasive ability even more. After all, if you want people to invest their money in a project with an illusory profit prospect, you really can't do this job without some eloquence. There are many luxury cars parked in the parking lot. Rolls-Royce, Maybach, Porsche, Bentley. Lyman's eyes kept searching for prey, and finally set his sights on a silver grey Cadillac. The owner of the car was a man wearing glasses, about 35 years old. This kind of person also means financial independence. Those who can drive an automatic Escalade must have a good net worth, and will have the concept of investing for profit. Take action as soon as you see it. Lyman straightened his clothes, and walked towards the target person without saying a word. The weather in June was a bit hot, which made people feel bored unconsciously. Anyway, Lyman felt a little bit like this at this time. He thought that he had lived for 27 years in his previous life, and had never done such a thing. He had only heard about it, and watched others operate it. When it really happened to him, he felt a little nervous. His palms began to sweat involuntarily, and the business document package he was holding felt like it was about to fall. Finally, he came to the front of the car owner. Lyman adjusted his breathing, and said in a deep voice, "Hello, sir, may I take up a moment of your time? There is a very promising film project in front of you. Maybe you can listen to it." Christopher Lambert looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him in a bit of surprise. What did he just say? He was thinking about something in the car, and didn't pay attention. "Excuse me, what can I do for you? I'm a director. I have directed a feature film, which was also spotted by Miramax Films, and brought to Hollywood for distribution. Recently, I have thought of a good story, and want to shoot it, but due to the tight funds, I need some investment. Excuse me, sir, are you interested?" Lyman quickly introduced himself and continued, "If you don't believe me, I also brought my university diploma, the film distribution contract, and the script of the new project. You can take a look." Christopher Lambert subconsciously took the various documents handed over by the man who claimed to be a director in front of him. "Wait, you want me to invest in your new movie, right? You can say that this is a very profitable project. Lyman was about to talk a lot, but Christopher Lambert interrupted him. "Get in the car first. It's not appropriate to talk here. Let's go to the cafe to talk." When Lyman heard that there was an opportunity, he immediately got in the back seat of the Cadillac. After driving smoothly all the way, the two arrived at a cafe called Leisure Time Soon. After Christopher Lambert asked Lyman's opinion, he ordered a cup of Blue Mountain for him, and a cup of Catim for himself. While the waiter hadn't brought it yet, he quickly flipped through the movie script that Lyman handed to him. As a person who aspires to invest in the film industry, he went to the studio today for investment matters, so someone came to tell him that he wanted to investigate a profitable project, and the man's face also made him feel familiar. After roughly understanding the storyline of the script, Christopher Lambert looked at Lyman and asked, "Perhaps, can you tell me about the profit prospects of this film project?" This is a film about a woman's view of love, with the cheating of married woman as a selling point. It must have great market potential. Many films with similar themes have achieved good results. Lyman almost said that he would follow suit. Fortunately, Christopher Lambert understood what Lyman wanted to express, and he then asked, "What about the investment? How much investment is still needed? We have raised 200,000 euros, and we still need 300,000 euros. Lyman didn't even blink when he lied. It sounded like that, but in fact he didn't even have more than 2,000 euros in funds. Excluding the expenses of the past 2 days, he only had 1,762 euros. What about the revenue sharing? How to make a profit after the film is released? Don't worry about that. My studio has a very close relationship with Miramax Films, a Hollywood distributor. They help me run my first work. I don't have to worry about the second one being shown in theaters. They will definitely be my agent again. I have a very good relationship with them. Lyman once again emphasized the topic of good relationship, which has no factual basis at all. Anyway, the film has not even raised funds, so why consider the distribution? Lyman is not worried about the subsequent operation problems. The film has not yet been released, so what's the point of thinking too much? There must be a way when the car reaches the mountain. This saying of the ancestors has always been regarded by him as the truth. Not long after, the waiter brought up 2 cups of coffee. While drinking coffee, the two chatted about the film project. Most of the time, Christopher Lambert asked questions, and Lyman was responsible for answering his questions. For a potential financial sponsor, Lyman was full of energy and showed no signs of impatience. During this process, Christopher Lambert became more and more optimistic about the prospects of the project. After all, Lyman's theory of "I have a good relationship with Miramax Films" was really tempting. Why is a movie made? Isn't it just for profit? Among them, how many finished movies are not even qualified to be released in theaters, but are hastily pushed into the offline DVD and videotape market? Lyman, on the other hand, has a good relationship with a Hollywood distributor and can also operate the movie to be released in North America. For Christopher Lambert, this undoubtedly makes him full of confidence in the prospects of the project. The only uncertainty is whether this distribution contract is true or false. If Lyman did not deceive him, then investing €300,000 is not impossible. Christopher Lambert thought about this and asked again, "After I invest the remaining amount of funds into the project, how will it be divided?" "Give you 40% of the profit of the producer. Our team is responsible for filming and production, so we should also get a share of the profit." This made him feel that the project was more credible. Although he paid a lot of money, he did not get the investment return of 60%. Instead, he needed to divide a part of his profit to the production team. This is the division method within the operating rules of the industry. Those who say that the bulk of the profit belongs to him are obviously scammers. "I don't know your name yet." "Lyman Rats." "Lyman Rats." Christopher Lambert murmured. This man's name also gave him a sense of familiarity. The new book has been submitted for signing. Hurry up and invest before the status changes. Chapter 5: Silent Support. Seeking recommendation. Uncle Del, I think I met your son, Lyman, yesterday. Christopher Lambert finally understood why the young man gave him a sense of familiarity yesterday. When he went home and looked through the photos, he found that the man was Uncle Del's last son Lyman. He himself had attended Lyman's coming of age party. He didn't expect that after 7 years, they would meet again under such circumstances. This was something Christopher Lambert had never thought about. Time flies so fast. You know, they were neighbors before, but when they met again, he didn't recognize him anymore and had to use photos to confirm his identity. Also, since Uncle Del divorced Lyman's mother and remarried, the contact between them was cut off. When he heard that Lyman's mother passed away a few years ago, Christopher Lambert did not attend the funeral. Relationships are like this. If you don't get along, you will become estranged. After such a long separation, you are already strangers. Where? Cannes. That's right, he lives there. So how did you meet him? He wants me to invest in one of his movies. The phone suddenly stopped ringing, and after a while, Uncle Del's voice came. Is he serious? Christopher Lambert had investigated the authenticity of the documents Lyman gave him after meeting yesterday, and he had a lot of say in this regard. It seems that he is serious, but he lied to me. Lie? There was a hint of doubt in his voice. Yes, he said that he had a movie signed a distribution contract with Miramax Films in Hollywood. I took the document to ask friends in the industry, and the authenticity of the contract is no problem, but the various clauses in it are clearly all traps. I think your son must have been deceived. Moreover, he probably discovered this situation, but he still took out this contract to discuss investment. I think. The phone was silent again. The meaning of Christopher Lambert's words couldn't be simpler. He wanted to say that Lyman wanted to use this contract to deceive him, but he didn't say the word deceive after all. He didn't want to hurt Uncle Del too much. After all, they were neighbors. How much money does he want to make a movie? Del Last's voice sounded very calm, as if he didn't take Lambert's words to heart. Do you want to help your son? Uncle Del, I don't think it's appropriate. A movie project that was fooled by a liar, and he still invested money in it. Anyway, Christopher Lambert had no interest in it after a thorough understanding. I'm Lemon's father. Del Last's voice was still calm. Even if his movie project is fake, it is true that he needs this money. So how much money does he want? 300,000 euros, Uncle Del. Christopher Lambert had already advised him, but he still had his own ideas. As a neighbor, he did his best. Does his movie project only need so much money? Christopher Lambert could understand the doubts revealed in Del Last's words. After all, Uncle Del had never learned about the shooting and production of a movie before. But in the minds of the general public, making a movie is very expensive. I've read the script. The plot is not complicated. There are not many characters, and there are few scenes needed. According to my prediction, of course, if the film project Lemon mentioned is true, 500,000 euros is about right. He said he has raised 200,000 euros. There was another silent silence. 500,000 euros? I have this money here, you can invest it for me. Uncle Del, don't you want to tell him in person? The calm voice came again. He still hates me. I won't go, please help me pass it on to him. After a busy tone, the other party hung up the phone. Christopher Lambert put down the phone with some emotion. This father and son are really strange. One has custody of his father, but has never been to his father's new home. Instead, he stayed to accompany his mother. The other has a son in his name, but it's like he doesn't have one for so many years. At the critical moment, he still has to help. With such a complicated relationship, who can understand the feelings between them if he is not in the game? Anyway, Christopher Lambert doesn't understand. However, since he had promised Uncle Del, he would do it. Family love is really the strongest bond in the world. Lemon knew nothing about his father, who wanted to help him after hearing about this matter, even though he had never met him. He was just about to fool other fat sheep. It was obviously not safe to put the treasure on one person. Although the investor yesterday seemed very eager to invest, he could not give up the opportunity to find other people for financing before the money was in hand. He was serious about attracting investment. Excuse me, sir. I have a very promising film project here. Are you interested in learning about it? No. Sorry to bother you. This beautiful lady, I'll take up a little of your time. Would you like to learn about a very promising film project? Interested, right? Here is the general script of the film. You can take a look at it first. What? No longer interested? Sorry, thank you for taking the time to listen to me talk about these contents. After working hard for a whole morning and getting no good response, Lemon went to the studio where he had raised investment last time, but he didn't meet anyone who was easy to fool. Many people were interested in listening to him talk about the prospects of the film project, but in the end they would always refuse due to various concerns. One person felt that it was not safe for him to direct a film at his age, and in the end, the talk fell through. Some people, who had industry experience, asked him directly if he had found a distributor. When he mentioned Miramax and took out the distribution contract, they saw the loopholes in it and refused. Some people kindly reminded him that this was an irregular distribution contract and asked him to go to Miramax to inquire about the situation. There was no mention of paying a licensing fee or buyout fee for the film copyright. Such unreasonable places could not escape the eyes of those who had experience in the industry. Of course, there were polite and kind people, and there were not so good tempers. When they heard him talk about distribution, or took out the contract, they directly said that he was a liar, and told him to get out. Some even wanted to hit him. Fortunately, Lemon was agile, and did not let those rude people succeed. After a morning of intensive sales, Lemon was a little tired. He left the studio, and found a restaurant at random, planning to sit down, and have a meal and rest. Boss, a large portion of macaroni. After ordering the meal, Lemon took off the suit he was wearing outside and hung it on the chair. Today's action was undoubtedly not smooth, and he also needed to think carefully. There are still many smart people in this world, and there are too few rich people who are easy to fool. The problem with the movie script was not big. Most people who were willing to listen to him did not say anything wrong with the plot design. The doubts of those investors were nothing more than the issue of the director and the distribution. Lyman's age was not convincing enough. The investors expressed deep doubts about whether he could control a crew. As for the filming, they were even less confident. A good story is not important. What is important is to be able to shoot the finished product according to the meaning expressed in it. As for the distribution, Lyman did not have any good ideas to replace Miramax, a giant full of hypothetical meanings. The signed distribution contract in his hand was the only thing he could use to deceive trust. In this huge industry, the distribution company is always at the top of the food chain. Those investors are not naive to think that, as long as they can shoot a movie, they can find a suitable distributor to distribute it. The cause and effect relationship is not calculated in this way. The process of most film projects is to find a distributor first, and then shoot the movie. Otherwise, the risk is too great. If there is no distribution company to cover the bottom first, it is difficult for people to have the confidence to invest huge amounts of money. Therefore, Lyman needed a tiger skin to serve as his facade. Miramax was the most reliable of all the empty talk. Why do newly debuted directors go through producers or film companies? It is because this is an unsolvable choice. The movies you shoot must be released, and the rights to release are in the hands of those senior film companies in the industry or producers who have dealt with theaters. This is the reality of the film industry. After the macaroni came, Lyman ate it in big mouthfuls. Speaking of it, he hadn't eaten such delicious food for several days. Eating bread all the time almost drove him crazy. After lunch, Lyman stopped trying to fool investors. The investor who was interested yesterday made an appointment to meet at the Old Place coffee shop the next afternoon. He had to rush there in advance. As for the result, the choice was in the hands of others. He could only accept the facts of everything that happened. After taking a taxi to the destination, he told the waiter to wait for someone, and Lyman sat in the agreed position and waited quietly for the arrival of yesterday's person. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the investor arrived. "Hello, Mr. Lambert." After a friendly handshake and greeting, the two sat down. "I have decided to invest in your project." Christopher Lambert's first words made Lyman very happy. He didn't expect that he really succeeded in fooling people, and there really were investors with a lot of money willing to fund. "Thank you, Mr. Lambert, for your trust in me. I will definitely make a good movie. Well, I have a few more conditions. You can listen to them. The background message of the new book has come. The station has signed a short contract. All book friends can try to invest in this book and get benefits PS before the status is changed. Chapter 6: A New Beginning. Please recommend and collect. Filming is not an easy task. Lyman knew that he had to be well prepared, especially in terms of funding. So, the next day, he showed up on time at the meeting place he had agreed to meet with Christopher Lambert, the cafe. When they met yesterday, he, as an investor, put forward some new requirements, for example, to increase the investment budget to €500,000 and to take 50% of the profits. For Lyman, who was trying to get something for nothing, there was no reason to refuse. He hesitated for a while and pretended to be reluctant to agree to the investor's new conditions. So, he came here today to sign the contract. "Thank you for your support, Mr. Lambert." In the cafe, Lyman signed his name and pressed his thumbprint under the witness of a lawyer. "You're welcome. This is what I should do." It was not until this time that Lyman finally got the startup funds for the film as he wished, so when they said goodbye to each other, he shook hands with Christopher Lambert. "This will be a pleasant cooperation." Lambert also smiled and responded, "I think so too." After that, he walked out of the cafe with the lawyer. Lyman looked at his back, shrugged, and eased his excitement. When he calmed down a little, he also left the cafe. On the way, he went to a Swiss bank. Sure enough, he found that there was an extra €500,000 in the newly opened account. Christopher Lambert did not cheat him. All the way back home, Lyman sat on the bed in the bedroom and began to think about how he should use the money. First of all, this money must not be used to invest in the filming of the movie. At least €50,000 should be left. After all, making a movie is risky. Even if he has many memories of movies in later generations, it does not mean that it is absolutely reliable. In case of failure, the money left behind can also prevent him from getting into trouble immediately. The days when he just crossed over still make Lyman feel scared. It was not easy to get investment, so of course he couldn't bet on it all. As a rational person, this €50,000 is the way out he left for himself. No one can guarantee that the first movie he directed will be recognized by the film market. He has experience, yes, but that is mostly in TV series. It's the first time in his life to make a movie. The predecessor is not counted. Lyman didn't consider that movie as his own. So, now there is only €450,000 left to invest in the film project. Since there is not much money, he has to think carefully about the design of the script content. As for the script, written by the predecessor to deceive investors, he threw it aside. Only Europe likes to play this kind of story framework under the guise of ambiguity in pornography, and Lyman doesn't like this tone. What's the difference between making a literary film and a porn film? Letting go of his mind, Lyman began to recall the masterpieces he watched in his previous life, trying to find a movie that suits his situation. The capital investment is very small, so it must be a low-cost production, and the lower the cost, the better. After all, Lyman is a novice, and he doesn't know what will happen during the shooting, so he has to set aside a budget to prevent possible problems. Then the scene transition, the number of actors, the camera position, and the behind-the-scenes staff must all be considered. After screening, there are not many movies. 2 years ago, there was a non-typical success route like the Blair Witch Project, which cost only $60,000 to produce, but easily won hundreds of millions of dollars in North American box office results. However, this method is not suitable for Lyman. The success of that movie is largely due to the amazing investment of the distribution company in publicity. The marketing cost is as high as tens of millions of dollars. If Lyman had so much money, he would not have to consider movies like the Blair Witch Project. Of course, he has no distribution company willing to take over the distribution work now, and it is still unclear whether it can be released. So movies with similar themes such as Paranormal Activity are not suitable. So, what other good options are there? Lyman turned his brain for a long time, and the name of movie came to mind. Buried. There is only one character that really needs to be portrayed in the camera, and the other characters are just extras. The scene is easier to deal with. More than 80% of the plot takes place in a closed coffin. There is no need for too much scene conversion. It can be easily solved by spending a small amount of money to build a few more coffins suitable for shooting. There is also a behind-the-scenes shooting team, which also needs to be found. It is impossible for Lyman to do a series of jobs such as directing, photography, lighting, makeup, props, etc. alone. Even if he is willing, his strength does not seem to allow it. At least his makeup is very bad, not to mention controlling photography and lighting at the same time. So we have to find a suitable and cheap photographer. It is better if he can light the camera. If not, find a lighting technician to help. This money cannot be saved. The quality of the shooting work is directly related to the quality of the lens. As a horror movie, Buried Alive is very important for the sense of lens. Similarly, a makeup artist is needed. If the unmodified actors are directly filmed on camera, the high-resolution camera will infinitely magnify a seemingly insignificant defect. In addition, there are some wounds in the picture, which also need the help of makeup artist. Thinking of this, Lyman found that the €450,000 that he thought was about right before were a bit tight. Just setting up a shooting team will cost a lot of money, not to mention the post-production of the film. Music, editing and other work also require a lot of money to get done. He should also plan how to save money, otherwise, this money seems a bit reluctant. This is a very realistic society. If you want others to work, you always have to give corresponding rewards. So how can you pull out a professional production team with less money? Lyman couldn't help but think with his head down. Yes, in turn, Lyman's mind flashed back to the conditions that the lady said when he applied for the art position that day. Intern doesn't have to pay. Isn't it better to find an intern yourself? There are still many schools related to film and television production in the Cannes area. Once the students graduate, don't most of them have to start from the most basic? Just like Lemon in his previous life, he started as a crew assistant. This is really a good way to solve the problem. Lemon is very satisfied with his quick thinking ability. In this way, the expenditure on the behind-the-scenes staff can be greatly reduced so that the funds will not be too tight. Regarding the issue of shooting and production, Lemon thought about it for a whole afternoon before he considered it all clearly. No one dares to guarantee whether a movie will be successful, but it is always right to do adequate preparation. With a reasonable production mindset, the possibility of movie failure can also be reduced. To make a movie, either don't make it or not. If you want to make it, you have to figure out all the possible problems and try to solve them in advance. Even if the investment is small, you can't relax in this regard. For dinner, Lemon went to a restaurant not far away. He had a local buckwheat pancake and a roasted beef rib. The portion was large and enough to eat. The taste was also very good. The total cost was €42. After all, he was a man with a huge sum of money. It was really unreasonable to be picky about his stomach. Lemon didn't want to eat bread and drink cold water anymore. Be nice to yourself. There is no need to save in this regard. After returning home, Lemon took out a notebook and carefully recorded the ideas he thought out in the afternoon one by one, and also wrote a plan by the way. After initially completing these preliminary preparations, Lemon began to write the script. Although the script is relatively not very important in the element that make up a movie, and many directors will not portray the shooting according to the plot design on the script, and may even be completely separated from the script creation. But after all, this is also the basis for the shooting and production of a movie. And with the script, it is also possible to better conceive the division of shots and the formulation of shooting plans, which can be used for actors to read, so that they can understand what kind of story is going to be told, and it is also convenient for them to get into the role. In short, there are many benefits, especially for new directors like Lemon. He first wrote the outline of the script. All the contents of this movie revolve around the protagonist alone. The story is very simple. It tells the story of a construction contractor from the United States who was attacked while working in Iraq. After waking up, he found himself in a coffin, buried alive, and wanted to escape from the plot design. Since the scenes of the entire work were roughly shot inside the coffin, other pictures are rarely involved, and such a bold setting, starting from the coffin and ending with the coffin, it also means that the world outside the coffin and the relationship between the characters must all be outlined by the protagonist's lines, and all the plot promotion is placed on the protagonist. Therefore, the requirements of this movie for the leading actor are also very high. In a concise space, the information of the incident is filled with expressions, actions, and language. How to show what happened inside and outside the coffin at the same time, the explosiveness and appeal of the plot, and how to restore the original background of the relationship between the characters in a critical situation, are all tests of the leading actor's acting skills. In fact, there are very few works of this kind of monologue, and it is also because it is very difficult to make the content of the movie not so boring. A long single scene and the appearance of the leading actor alone can easily make the audience's thoughts tired. How to deal with this aspect is also what Lemon needs to pay attention to as a director. The new book has been signed, and all book friends are welcome to invest. Chapter 7 Adapted Script. Please recommend and collect. Lemon sat cross-legged at the desk, surrounded by messy papers, with many handwritings faintly on a thick stack of messy white paper. Writing a script is not an easy task, never. Lemon has a clear understanding of this. 3 days have passed since the day when the film was confirmed. During these 3 days, Lyman stayed in the room every day to do this thing, but still encountered many difficulties. The writing of the script was not going smoothly, even though Lyman had the memory of the movie in his mind. He lacked the corresponding life experience and social experience. He didn't know the relevant background of the Iraq War, nor did he know the life details of an American real estate contractor. The plot portrayed in this way must have some logical fallacies. Lyman didn't want to be ridiculed by the audience for getting common sense wrong when the movie was released. This is a blasphemy for the light and shadow art of film. Moreover, the biggest highlight of the movie Buried Alive is the thrilling and slightly desperate sense of reality, as if there is really such a person buried alive in the world, and the cognition presented to the audience must also make them believe that this is true. If this cannot be achieved, the film is a failure. The sharp feeling between documentary and feature film is the most needed feature of this film. Maybe he should ask someone for help. He can still handle the basic framework of the script, but filling in the details is not what Lemon can do now. Ryan, do you have time? Yes, I'm very free recently. Ryan's voice came out clearly on the phone. Then come over to my side. I have something, and I want your help. I'll be there soon. When the script writing work encountered difficulties, the first person Lemon thought of was his good friend Ryan. The first directorial debut of the predecessor was the script written by Ryan, and he had the ability. Knock, knock, Lemon, I'm here. With a knock on the door, the voice of his good friend Ryan came from the door. When Lemon opened the door, Ryan came up to him enthusiastically. What do you want to talk to me about? Have you figured it out? Do you want to go to the beach with me to chat up beautiful girls? No, I asked you to come here because I have a script that needs you to complete. Lemon pouted, dispelling Ryan's unreliable idea. Script? Are you going to make a movie? Ryan seemed very confused. Didn't Lemon say he was going to work some time ago? Why did he suddenly want to make a movie again? Ahem. Lemon's old face blushed, but he still explained. I thought about it later, and making movies is more suitable for me. I also got an investment that can be used as the filming fund for this new movie. Investment? How much? By the way, why didn't you ask me to make a movie? I have money on me. Ryan used his special skill in this round. 3 consecutive questions, causing 100 points of damage to Lemon. 450,000 euros. Lemon answered the previous question first, and then continued. It's not that I don't want to find you, but making a movie itself means risk. Remember how we had nothing last time? This sentence did not bring the effect that Lemon imagined. Ryan smiled evilly and said, you still have ideas about this matter, right? I have said that it was just a failure. Don't take it to heart. As a human, there will always be times when you fail. Why do you care so much? Do you feel sorry for me? Don't you say, get lost. Lemon frowned and found that things were not simple and quickly shouted to boost his momentum. Okay, let's not talk about this. Bring me the script and let me see what kind of story you want to tell. Ryan walked in and said, if the money is less, tell me at any time. I'm the screenwriter of this film and I have the obligation to make this movie well. The goddamn screenwriter also has the obligation to make a good movie. Lemon couldn't help but be amused by Ryan's words. Looking at his figure, Lemon was sure that this was a person who was really good to Lemon and a real friend. After arriving at the study, Ryan picked up the script on the table, which was more than half completed, and read it carefully. Lemon sat quietly next to him, restraining himself from making any noise to disturb his thoughts. After a long time, Ryan put down the script in his hand and said, isn't this story too monotonous? It was the first time he saw a movie with only one main character and most of the scenes in one space. When he was in college, the professor who taught him also said that monologues were the most difficult to stand out among all types of movies and the most difficult to shoot. But his good friend Lemon chose such a creative idea. Isn't monotony or not monotony determined by the director's narrative method? Even if there are many characters, there are still works with monotonous and boring stories. The confidence in his words was obvious. In fact, Ryan was just asking. He still respected Lemon's opinions on the creation of movies. The plot ideas of his first work also came from Lemon. He was the one who was responsible for turning ideas into words, filling in details, and sorting out logic. It also involves the Afghan War. After taking a closer look, Ryan discovered the background of the movie. Yes, do you have any information on this? Because the original film was shot a few years later, and the Iraq War had already started, but it was still 2001. The Iraq War could not be used as the background of the movie, so Lemon changed it to the Afghanistan War. Anyway, both wars have the shadow of the United States, so the plot, that the protagonist is an American real estate contractor who is attacked abroad seems very reasonable, because you are an American. I don't know much about this, but my mentor probably has some information, and I will ask him when the time comes. Ryan immediately thought of a solution. He then asked, how do you want to complete the plot of the whole work? I want to show all the complex psychological changes that the protagonist has in desperate situations, from confusion to struggle, to self-denial, pain, despair, and finally to the tenacity of trying his best to survive. So more details and words are needed to establish the image of the character, so that the audience can have a very clear three-dimensional sense of this character, and can experience the whole process of change in the middle, and feel the same. Ryan nodded and understood Lyman's shooting concept. He wanted to emphasize the emotional details that were magnified to the extreme in a closed space, so that the audience can always follow this change, so as not to feel that the movie is boring or uninteresting. This will make the whole viewing process highly focused, with a great sense of substitution, and thus become a kind of enjoyment. What about conflicts and contradictions? How to design them? The script given by Lyman also had a vague portrayal of the background of the protagonist, and the design of the background era was not given. Ryan thought about it, and knew that a large part of his work was to improve the settings of these two aspects. The protagonist is an American real estate contractor, a middle-class man, who had an accident while working in Afghanistan. So we have to set up a strong irony, which is the purpose behind the Afghan war, reflected by the United States. The slogan "Never give up the life of any citizen" is shouted loudly, but the call for help from the protagonist after he was buried alive is ignored. After the protagonist escaped, the news was blocked. This kind of irony of profit-first behavior needs attention. American citizens generally have anti-war ideas. Since the 9/11 incident, this concept has become more prominent, but the Washington authorities in the United States, who hold a completely opposite mindset, do not think so. They are also the world's largest war dealers. Buried Alive tells the core of the contradiction of a person who was attacked in Afghanistan, but was expressly forbidden to tell the story. People are already very disgusted with the war. After the news that the lives of American people working in Afghanistan are threatened, how will those people view this war, and how will the news media report it? The life and death of the protagonist is not important in this incident. What is important is the sign revealed here, that is, the Afghan people's disgust with the American people has reached its peak, so that an innocent American citizen is killed, and it is a brutal killing. Therefore, for the sake of its own interests in that area, the US government naturally does not want this incident to be exposed and hinder its international strategic deployment. Parades and demonstrations are very annoying, but the American people and the media love to play this game, often making the Washington authorities look bad. Is there anything else you want to focus on? You can also spend a little time on the protagonist's family, which will make the audience more sympathetic to his experience and let this emotion always take root in the hearts of the audience. For example, having a lovely daughter or a sweet wife. Ryan understood what Lyman meant very well and answered immediately. It's feasible, but the camera will only scan this aspect roughly, and there is no need to set it too detailed. This is destined to be a minor role. It might even be better to express it directly in the form of a photo. Let the protagonist be trapped in a coffin and take out a group photo from his wallet, etc., which can also induce the audience to think about this aspect. Everyone is very familiar with these camera techniques. Many movies will also use this method to fill the depth of the characters, and doing so will also help save money. Just use photos to portray the family background. Thinking of this, Lyman said, "Well, okay, is there anything else to pay attention to?" Almost, it's a one-man show. The background setting is interesting, and can also attract the audience's attention. Let's do it this way. After discussing for a whole morning, and having lunch together, Ryan left with the unfinished script manuscript. He had to go to his mentor to ask for some information about the Afghan war, in order to be able to portray the details of the movie more accurately. After all, the Afghan war is still too far away from France, and he will not go to the details of the tragedy that happened in the other country. It's about to enter the filming plot of the movie. Please give Ryan and Lyman a little support. Please. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 Many Affairs. Please recommend and collect. As the film industry has developed to this day, the subdivision and specialization of work is one of the important signs of its maturity. Generally speaking, a formal crew will be divided into different teams to undertake different tasks, such as the production team, photography team, art team, recording team, etc., which is very detailed. And each group will also have a division of labor, and there will be a dedicated person in charge of the position responsible for daily food ordering. 1 carat 1 bit, a giant work like Titanic. The crew even has more than 400 people. However, this only refers to the formal crew. For independent films, there is not enough money to support such a large crew, nor do they need so many positions to maintain the daily operation of the entire crew. The configuration will be relatively simple. Even some independent films can be handled by the director alone, and are jokingly called a one-man crew. Buried Alive will be a minimalist crew. If the shooting work is not really troublesome, Lemon would like to do it all by himself, which will save a lot of shooting costs. But it's just a thought. After the script was handed over to Ryan to perfect, Lemon was not idle. In addition to spending some money to post recruitment ads in local newspapers in Cannes, he also went to the University of Keene and the surrounding art colleges to post recruitment posters, hoping to seduce professional students who are interested in this. In addition, there are various behind-the-scenes workers who are needed. Some places can use interns, but the most critical jobs such as photography and makeup, that require a lot of experience, are more reassuring to find experienced people. For this reason, Lemon went to various major studios and posted recruitment ads in conspicuous places outside. After everything was ready, Lemon sat in a cafe called Sweetheart and waited. The interview location mentioned in the recruitment advertisement was this cafe. Soon the first interviewee appeared. A young man with a large backpack sat in the car and looked curiously at the surrounding charming buildings through the car window. Because the interview location was in the central area of the town, there were many people and vehicles around, so the taxi was driving very slowly. Here we are, 8 euros. Here. He took out change from his pocket and paid the fare. Then, the young man pushed the car door and walked towards the Sweetheart Cafe. Lemon had been sitting in the cafe for more than 10 minutes. Because it was noon, there were not many customers. There was a cup of coffee in front of him, but he had no intention of drinking it. His eyes were always on the door. After a while, a man came in. He said a few words to the waiter, and the waiter took him over. There was a little space between the door and where Lemon was sitting. He looked at the young man inconspicuously. The other party was probably in his early 20s, about 1.80 meters tall. The most impressive thing was the large backpack he was carrying, which looked quite heavy. In general, apart from being very young, there was nothing else to tell. "Hello, I'm here to apply for a job." Before the young man came close, he took the lead and said, "The position of photographer for the crew." Lemon stood up and took the initiative to extend his right hand. "Excuse me, what's your name?" "Thomas Wright, just call me Thomas." The young man took 2 quick steps and shook Lemon's hand. "Thomas, huh? Please take a seat first." Lemon gestured to the seat opposite. After the man sat down, Lemon also sat back in his seat and introduced himself. "My name is Lemon. I'm the director of this movie." Then he said, "You are here to apply for the position of photographer, right? I have a set of film production materials here. You can take a look first." As he said that, Lemon took out a series of records and placed them on the table in front of Thomas. "Our crew is formal. Because we need to shoot a movie, we have to hire some professionals. You can deceive people better if you win their trust first." What he prepared in advance is not in vain. Seeing Thomas carefully looking through the film records, when he saw the last one, Lemon said again, "There may be some problems with the photography you want to apply for the crew. In France, there are countless crews established every day." After reading all the materials, Thomas confirmed that this crew really existed and wanted to be established. Just as his guard was eliminated, he heard Lemon's words. "What's the problem?" Thomas asked in confusion. "You are too young. Can you tell me what kind of work you have done as a photographer before?" I'm a student of the photography department of the Paris Academy of Fine Arts. I have just graduated. I have served as a photographer for many academy works and have very rich technical experience. Lemon was not moved at all by what the other party said. He grasped the key point of the words and asked directly, "That means you have not officially worked in the crew, right?" "That's right." Thomas nodded and agreed with what Lemon said. "Then why should I hire you as the photographer of this movie? You are still a newcomer and have never proved yourself." Lemon asked back calmly. "No, I have proof." Thomas took off the large backpack he was carrying and took out a stack of documents and many photos from it. "This is the data of my work as a photographer in the academy and some group photos, as well as my personal photography images. You can take a look." Lemon did not take these things. He just glanced at them and said, "These are not enough for me to choose you as the photographer of this movie. So, you just graduated, right? You haven't worked in the crew yet." Thomas admitted, "That's right, but I think I can be a photographer for a movie." He tried again. "I have to be responsible for my work. It's too risky to rashly choose a novice." Lemon continued, "But I can still hire you." Hearing this, Thomas was obviously relieved. "But it's a photography assistant position. I can only treat you as an intern, given your qualifications. This means no salary." Thomas understood the saying in the film industry. He shook his head and said, "Sorry, I can't do it. I can't accept this condition. But have you ever thought that being an intern is also a good opportunity? It can let you understand the whole process of filming a movie. Moreover, I will see your specific performance later and let you receive a suitable salary." Giving a little visible hope is the most terrifying. Sure enough, when Lemon finished speaking, Thomas was obviously hesitant. Perhaps he was struggling in his heart. At this critical moment, of course, we must strike while the iron is hot and break through the defense. Lemon immediately said, "My studio will shoot this movie soon. If you miss it, you will have to look for another opportunity. It seems really feasible." Thomas was somewhat moved when he heard that the film would be shot soon. He bit his lip and swallowed his refusal. After thinking for a moment, he whispered, "I agree." He looked at Lemon and asked, "When can I start working?" "Today is Sunday, maybe in 2 or 3 weeks. Leave me a phone number and I'll let you know when the time comes." Lemon seemed to have thought of something, and he added, "Of course, if you want to see how the film crew is set up, you can follow me for a while. It would be even better if he could share some of the errands." This was also a test for Lemon. If it worked, that would be good, but if it didn't matter. Anyway, he didn't plan to pay a salary, so he just covered the food expenses. You can't exploit the labor too much. The food for the errands should still be provided. You can't let people pay for him out of their own pockets. But Thomas didn't think so. On the contrary, he felt that Lemon was promoting him and letting him learn from the experience of setting up a crew. He couldn't hide his joy on his face. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I can start working now." Lemon restrained his inner fluctuations and said very confidently, "You won't regret this choice." He responded with a polite smile. In this way, not only did he find a photography assistant, but someone also helped to share the work of raising funds for the crew. But Thomas was really satisfied with the choice he made now. His family was okay, and he had extra money to support himself. Otherwise he couldn't afford to learn photography technology. Isn't there an old saying that photography makes 3 generations poor and SLR ruins a lifetime? Photographic equipment is very expensive. He can choose this path because his family has some assets. The reason why he still wants to fight for that salary is undoubtedly to prove his professionalism, not a so-called internship quota. Money has never been Thomas's first demand. He wants to make his ability worth a salary. After all, if you can't even do the most basic independence, how can you make a name for yourself in the photography circle? But it has been a while since he graduated, but he has never really joined the crew. There is no shortage of people with dreams and talents in this world, and the competition in the photography circle has greatly exceeded Thomas's expectations. So after listening to what Lemon said today, he no longer obsessed with the issue of salary. He wanted to enrich his industry qualifications in a down-to-earth manner. He could also witness the preparation work of the entire crew and satisfy his curiosity, which was not a big deal. Besides, Didn't he promise him that, if his work performance was good, he would be paid appropriately? Thomas thought to himself. All of this prompted him to make today's decision. Alas, poor child, he has not yet been beaten by the real society, and he is so naive that he actually believed Lyman's polite words. In fact, no matter how good his photography skills are, Lyman does not intend to pay him a salary. If the film can be released, and the effect is good, maybe he can give him a copy with a clear conscience. But now is the time to save money, and every penny should be spent where it should be spent. Promises are just a joke. Thomas is on the pirate ship. Are there any friends who can give him some recommendation votes and collections to support him? Chapter 9 Behind the Scenes Team. Please recommend and collect. In the following 3 days, Ryan also completed the basic creation of the script. Of course, some parts of it were still a little rough and needed to be modified, but there was no rush for it because the interview work that Lyman was responsible for was too cumbersome. After all, Cannes is the place with the strongest film atmosphere in France, and it also gathers countless people who come to pursue their film dreams. Many of them came to try out after seeing the recruitment information of the crew. There was no choice but to call him to help. In addition to Ryan, the photography assistant who was fooled was also not absent. Since that day, he has also come to help the crew's preparation work every day. It was another early morning, and the three of them gathered at Lyman's house again to prepare for the interview. Because the owner of the Sweetheart Cafe was dissatisfied and thought that the trial location was placed at his place, it would have a great impact on their business, so the interview location was changed to Lyman's house. Let me talk about today's work. Taking out a document from a folder, Lyman said, "These are some of the candidates who are interested in joining our crew project. Their contact information is on it. Thomas, you will be responsible for contacting them." Then he looked at Ryan. "The two of us will be responsible for the trial recruitment. Oh, and Thomas, after you contact the list above, go order a batch of recruitment advertisements and post them in major studios." "Okay, I got it." Thomas nodded in response. Alas, when can we recruit enough people? I can't stand dealing with all kinds of people and answering all kinds of questions every day. Ryan didn't have the same good attitude as Thomas, and he started complaining again. Since he started to be responsible for the trial recruitment, this kind of words have not been lacking. "Be patient, Ryan. We need to find the right talent. Please, last time a makeup artist with such a rich resume came to apply for the job, and we were almost done, but you chose to give up because she asked for €900 a week. These days, it is because of the salary that the crew has not been able to complete the staff." Ryan stared at Lyman with a stingy look, and his words were full of complaints. "There is no way. Who made the shooting budget tight? We still have to save what we should save, and this movie does not need a person who is good at makeup, as long as the actors can appear on the camera without too many flaws. The price is too high, and he is unwilling to reduce the salary. Naturally, he is not a suitable choice," Lyman explained. Thomas on the side was also a little speechless about this. He finally understood, while Lyman said that the salary of even a novice like him would depend on his performance. In the past few days, the trial recruitment is basically to discuss whether the intern can do it first. If the qualifications are really good, and he refuses to accept the idea of getting paid based on performance, a salary will be offered, and the money will not be too high, which is just the lower level of the industry. If you still can't accept it, then you can only say goodbye. When it comes to saving costs, Lyman is serious. "Can I make additional investments? I'll need that makeup artist, and I'll pay her." Ryan made a suggestion. The crew's current behind-the-scenes team has actually been recruited, and 6 people have been confirmed. Lighting engineer Algridge is a middle-aged man who has been working part-time as a lighting artist in a community for a long time. His salary is not high, only €300 a week. The set designer is a relatively young woman named Laura Sangle. She graduated from an art college a few years ago and has not had much experience in the industry. She has been working as an assistant. Lyman hired her because she promised to provide costumes for the crew. I forgot to introduce that she is also an acquaintance of the owner of a clothing store and can borrow some men's clothes for free with a weekly salary of €280. Photographer Lyman has the most industry experience among all of them. He has the experience of shooting many movies and has been nominated for the best photography at the French Kaiser Awards. He is a very capable person. Lyman offered him a weekly salary of €1,000. Photographic imaging is the top priority in filming, and this money cannot be saved. Lyman persuaded the price to €1,000. The original weekly salary was €1,400. He was impressed by the script and the storyboard composition, and finally recruited this candidate to the crew. The remaining 2 members, one is the assistant of the lighting technician, an intern, without salary, and the other is responsible for odd jobs in the crew. He can do anything such as dismantling the scene, carrying photographic equipment, ordering takeout, and drinking water. The weekly salary is €300. This is also a young man who wants to pursue his dream, but he cannot accept the condition of no salary. When he offered a weekly salary of €300 and said that he was willing to do any odd jobs and hard work, Lyman agreed. In short, the crew has already taken shape, and it is just missing a key makeup artist. Moreover, Ryan can not only write scripts, but also be competent for the work of the script supervisor. In addition, he is the director. Except for the lack of actors, the film can enter the shooting stage. Okay, let's do it this way. Thomas, you don't have to make any phone calls. You can order a batch of recruitment advertisements and post them in major studios. We need to complete the recruitment of actors as soon as possible. Well, good. Thomas, who received the order, immediately went out and started to act. Well, you finally agreed to my suggestion. Ryan also seemed very happy. He finally didn't have to face those strange problems. Then I will complete the composition of the remaining storyboards. Ryan, you can go and revise the script, Lyman suggested. Ryan's face was relaxed at this time. He responded casually, don't worry, I'm good at this. I can complete the final draft soon. Lyman, who stopped talking, returned to the study and started a new round of storyboards for the movie Buried Alive. His sketching skills were not very good. He could only use simple lines to represent the scene. For example, 2 ovals, 1 large and 1 small, plus 4 straight lines formed the pattern of the male protagonist. Then he used a pencil to blacken the surrounding area, implying despair, and the storyboard was drawn. So he finished it very quickly. According to this method, it would not take long for the composition of a scene to become a draft on paper. Simple and direct, it is a composition method that Lyman likes very much. He would draw with pencil from time to time and would stop to recall the specific film images he had seen in his previous life to help him better conceive the composition of the scene. In fact, Lyman had a basic understanding of the entire film shooting, but he still drew the storyboards of each scene in detail, making it as detailed as possible. Because storyboards are never what the director needs most, but they are very useful tools for communicating with various departments. You can't expect that when shooting, you have to let the lighting, photography and other positions know how to shoot in order to achieve the look you want at every step. Instead of trying hard to make others understand your shooting thinking, it is better to draw the storyboards and hand them over to the behind the scenes shooting staff, so that they know roughly what style of lens imaging they want next, which will be better and more conducive to smooth shooting. This is the convenience brought by storyboards. The Buried Alive crew was originally a group of novices and people with not very good industry experience. For them, it was even more important to clearly understand the filming style of the film. The efficiency of the shooting scene is crucial to the progress of the shooting. Any movie is the product of teamwork. Even excellent ones like James Cameron and Steven Spielberg also need the support of the team. Lyman knew very well that, in order to successfully complete this project, he, as a director, must make these people understand his shooting intentions so as to achieve real-time control on the scene. Another day passed, and the storyboard was completely finished. After Lyman read the script modification on Ryan's side, it was also confirmed. After Thomas's errand task was completed, their 3-person team began to work on the rental of photographic equipment. Like the newcomers who usually shoot works, Lyman also planned to rent all the equipment to be used in the film. This would of course be a considerable expense. The rental fee of a 35mm professional camera is not cheap. When they were discussing which photography store to rent, Thomas, an intern in the crew, gave Lemon a surprise. "You said you know a shop owner who sells photographic equipment." Ryan was equally surprised. When Lemon heard that Thomas was able to rent video equipment at a low price, he had a similar reaction. "Yes, my father is very familiar with the shop owner. I bought my first DV camera in college from him. However, his shop is not in Cannes, but in Marseille in Provence." Thomas continued, "It takes about 3 hours to get there by car from here." Marseille, like Cannes, is located on the Provence coastline and is not particularly far away. This amount of car fare is simply incomparable to the cost saved by renting. Lemon didn't even think about it and decided, "Let's rent equipment from the acquaintance you mentioned. We'll go there tomorrow." After finishing the topic of photographic equipment, Lemon and others talked about the location. The coffin in the movie was buried in the desert, so of course they needed to find a suitable location for filming. I asked a real estate agent, and he has a large warehouse that meets the requirements, right near Martinez Beach, so we can always take pictures of the sand. Thomas, who has the most say in this matter, said that he has recently been running around the real estate market around Cannes. Although there is a certain difference between yellow sand and beach sand, some clever shooting techniques can also achieve the purpose of making the fake look real. Lemon did not think that Thomas did anything wrong, but instead expressed affirmation. "Well, we will go and see it later. If you have recommendation tickets or something, please support the author please." Chapter 10, Broken Warehouse. Please support and collect. A black Ford pickup truck drove westward, passing through the scenic Chateau d'If, and gradually approached Marseille, the largest seaport in France. Although it has just entered the year 2000, Marseille's bustling market can already be seen. The city is surrounded by limestone hills on 3 sides, bordering the Mediterranean Sea in the southeast, with deep waters and wide harbors, where 10,000-ton cargo ships can pass unimpeded, and the west is connected to northern Europe. This unique geographical location has also made Marseille the largest gateway for France's foreign trade. When the car entered the city, Thomas slowed down a little, turned left and right and arrived near a community. "This is it, let's get off." Thomas sat in the driver's seat and pushed open the car door while speaking. "Wow, we are finally here," Ryan said and opened the right door. Lemon got out of the car and saw the store on the street with many photographic equipment. The 3 walked forward, and when they were close, a middle-aged man heard the sound and came out. "Uncle Angus, long time no see." Thomas took a step forward and hugged the middle-aged man in front of him. "Haha, Thomas, how come you have time to come to my place? Where's your father?" The middle-aged man seemed a little happy to see Thomas. "He's still in Paris and hasn't come yet. This time I brought my friends here to rent some photographic equipment." Thomas replied. "Oh, is that so? Then come in." As he said that, Angus invited Lemon and others in and brought out 3 cups of coffee. "Come, try it. These are our own ground coffee beans." "Thank you, Uncle." Lemon took the coffee and thanked him politely. "You can try to choose. Don't worry, since you are Thomas' friends, I will definitely give you the best price." With this assurance, Lemon felt a little relieved. He took out a list from his body, which recorded the photographic equipment and film shares they would use to shoot the movie. In addition to 3 35mm special cameras, there was also color film produced by Kodak that needed to be purchased. This 35mm color film that comes with the camera has a length of 122 meters per reel. According to the current film shooting and projection specifications, under normal circumstances, it takes about 27 meters of film to shoot 1 minute of footage, and 1 reel of film can shoot about 4.5 minutes. In this way, it seems that it is enough to buy about 20 reels of Kodak color film. After all, according to the film that Lemon planned, there will only be about 90 minutes of footage. But in the end, Lemon bought 300 reels, and this is still a conservative number. If there is not enough film, he will pre-order it at any time. To make a movie, almost all directors shoot materials that will be more than 10 times or even dozens of times the length of the film. For a famous extravagant freak like James Cameron, the material images are even hundreds of times. The money spent on film by a crew is often a considerable expense. This is why Lemon knew that Thomas had an acquaintance with photographic equipment and rushed from Cannes to Marseille. If you save a little on each reel, 300 reels can save a lot. Fortunately, Thomas's face was good enough. When Lemon asked for 300 reels of Kodak 35mm color film in advance, Angus only charged €80 per reel. The price on the market is generally €140 per reel. Even if the order is large and a discount is given, it will never be €80, which is close to the cost price. The total is €24,000. Lemon silently memorized the price in his mind. His shopping trip is not yet complete. After selecting the camera, the matching lens must also be selected. Wide-angle lens, telephoto lens, soft light photography lens. Because the movie Buried is mainly about shooting close-up and medium-range photography, the lenses needed for these two parts were selected. In addition to the 335mm cameras, the expenditure was €8,000, and the rental period was 2 months. Out of trust in Thomas, Angus did not even let Lemon advance the prepaid breach of contract or compensation. It can be regarded as another great saving. The rental fee for filming equipment spent today is €32,000. From the preparation of the film to now, the staff salaries, props, cosmetics and cheap special plasma and many other items that need to be prepared have added up to more than €50,000 of filming funds. This was achieved with the special cost-saving skills of someone providing the crew costumes and recruiting 2 interns. Lemon was a little doubtful whether the €450,000 he had cheated could last until the end of the film production. The preparatory work was too expensive. Although the subsequent filming seemed to cost less, the rental of the venue and the recruitment of actors had not yet started, which also required a sum of money. There was also the post-production of the film. Lemon also planned to hire a professional and experienced editor, the licensing fee for the soundtrack, and the rental of a post-production studio. As long as he thought about the many hardships on his filming journey, he felt as if his head was about to explode. He moved all the rented and purchased photographic equipment to the Ford pickup truck with a daily rental of €80 and a full tank of gas, waited for Thomas to exchange a few words with Angus, and then set off again with the thanks of the 3 people, ready to return to Cannes. Thomas, thanks to you this time, I'll give you a big red envelope when the movie is released. Lemon started to promise big things with unknown prospects again, but this was the only way he could think of to repay him. Thomas laughed a few times, but didn't say anything, and continued to control the car steadily. If you ask me, why not introduce a beautiful girl to him? Thomas, you don't have a girlfriend yet, right? Ryan asked, turning his head. Well, I had one when I was in college, but I broke up with her. Now I'm single. Very good, I'll introduce you to a girl in Cannes. Lemon couldn't stand it anymore and quickly broke it up. Ryan, you don't have a girlfriend yourself? You're still thinking about helping Thomas find one? Ryan responded with disdain on his face. That's because I don't want to find one. I've played with so many girls, but you're not like me. I haven't tasted it yet. Ignore him, Thomas. When we have time, let's go to Martinez Beach together. There are many beautiful girls there. Okay. Thomas agreed casually. After the car drove back to Cannes, they did not immediately return the Ford pickup truck, but drove towards Martinez Beach, where they had just chatted. The suitable filming location Thomas found was nearby. Turning left at a highway intersection and driving into a small road, the car continued to drive, and Thomas also began to introduce the information of the house. The real estate agent said that it was a large warehouse used to store wood in the past. Later, the owner no longer had this demand due to business transformation, so he rented and sold the warehouse. That place is not far from Martinez Beach, and it is very remote and there are not many residents nearby, which is very suitable for our filming. Lemon nodded, very satisfied with Thomas's work. Such a location for filming must not be selected in the downtown area, not to mention disturbing the residents. There are also many troubles if there are onlookers. It is more suitable for filming in a remote area. Ryan, have you collected the family photos? Lemon turned around and asked Ryan. Done. Ryan said carelessly, I used photos from my cousin's family. When she was young, she fit the image of a cute girl. I talked to my aunt and she agreed to put the photo in the movie. Well done. Lemon agreed. In this way, even the licensing fee for the photo does not need to be paid. In France, if you do not communicate with the owner about the use of portrait rights, you will be heavily compensated. The crew does not have much money, so every penny saved is a penny earned. If you are not careful with your budget, you may spend all the 450,000 euros in the early preparations. Big projects have big project planning, and small projects have small project survival rules. Lemon is very open-minded. If he had a sufficient budget, he would not have to do this, but unfortunately he did not. There were fewer and fewer trees on both sides of the road, and the path became more and more rugged. Except for the sound of the Ford pickup truck, there was no more noise belonging to the city. After driving for about 5 minutes, a large warehouse located in the weeds appeared in sight. Can we go in and take a look? Lemon got out of the car, walked a few steps, and suddenly asked. I paid the deposit, and the real estate agent gave me the key to the warehouse. We can go in and take a look. Thomas was very meticulous and considered a lot of things. Then let's go. Ryan also said at this time. The three walked forward and first walked around the warehouse. Then, Thomas used the key to open the big lock at the door and went inside. It looks so broken and dirty. Ryan couldn't help but say as soon as he entered and saw this scene. This warehouse has probably not been used for a year or two. Lemon also responded. Maybe so, but this warehouse does have enough space for us to shoot. Thomas said a good word. But we still have to clean the warehouse. How can we shoot with so much dust? Then clean it up. Lemon answered Ryan's question, and then he asked if it is rented for 2 months. How much is the rent? I asked. It's 600 euros. 300 euros a month, and such a large warehouse, although it needs to be cleaned, it is also very cost effective. Lemon quickly calculated the pros and cons in his mind. Thomas, when you go back, take some time to sign a lease agreement with the real estate agent. We want this warehouse. I will transfer the required fees to you later. Yes. Thomas nodded, without any objection. After confirming the shooting location, the key points of the preparations were almost completed, except for the main actor, that the movie needed the most. The main actor is about to appear. Guess who has excellent acting skills? If you guessed it right, I will add another chapter tomorrow. Welcome all book friends to leave message. Chapter 11, Crazy and Survival. Please recommend and collect. Good morning, Heath Ledger. You're here so early again today. The middle-aged woman sitting at the front desk smiled widely, with a hint of flattery on her slightly plump face. You should find an exclusive agent. It's much better than looking for opportunities in the union. After that, she advised, I have several agent phone numbers here. Do you need to contact them? Heath Ledger shook his head and said politely, no, I haven't thought about this yet, so I won't be busy for the time being. Then he smiled slightly and asked, so, is there any news this week? This is just a small liaison office of the New York branch of the Screen Actors Guild of America, but it still plays out all kinds of life. When he first came here 3 years ago, no one cared about him like this, but the release of The Crusader in March this year had good box office results, and his status as a male supporting actor has risen a lot, and suddenly there are many people dealing with him. Heath Ledger knew the intentions of those people. They simply valued the market value brought by his starring in a successful movie. Although he was still not famous, he had at least made a name for himself in the film industry, and had the potential to make friends. You can see for yourself. The notice has just been updated, and there are not many suitable movies that need to recruit actors. The middle-aged woman sighed lightly. You still suffer from not having an agent. For film projects like this, the good roles have basically been divided up. There are not many choices for those who have flowed into the information released by the Actors Union, but the regretful tone was obvious. The middle-aged woman still wanted Heath Ledger, a newcomer, to sign an agent through her, so that she could get a commission. Heath Ledger did not respond, as if he did not hear the meaning of this sentence. He just nodded and smiled. Thank you. He said hello politely, and walked quickly towards the notice board. Liv Melissa leaned out slightly, looked at Heath Ledger's back, and exhaled softly. Was this person pretending not to understand, or did he really not understand? Before, although they always met, she didn't have a very good face towards Heath Ledger. Every day, the union had to receive hundreds of unknown actors who would pay special attention to one person. But now it's different. Heath Ledger participated in a movie and succeeded, and he didn't have an agent, so naturally the attitude towards him was different. Hollywood is always willing to pursue successful people, even if it is the success of a small actor, then he will stand out among the many small roles. What a pity. Liv curled her lips and did not hide her disappointment. He didn't buy the actor. Heath Ledger naturally didn't know what Liv thought of him, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He is now looking at the bulletin board and thinking, the American film and television industry is a huge operating machine. At least several thousand projects will be established every year, of which about 500 or 600 projects will be directly put into filming, which also means a lot of performance opportunities. Therefore, in the absence of an agent, the union is the best platform for these small actors to find jobs. After the release of Knights of the Holy War, he has not received a suitable role for several months. Now, he will find a free time every week to go to the union to catch a good film production. The carrier of the actor announcement in 2001 is still the old-fashioned blackboard, on which the latest information of each project is written with colorful chalk. For example, yellow is the key film and television production, and the basic investment is above medium. For example, green is the newly updated project, and so on, which makes it clear at a glance. Standing in front of the notice board, Heath Ledger skillfully found the information he needed on the colorful blackboard. He had been doing this for the past 3 years. Peter Jackson's work The Lord of the Rings is recruiting male actors over 25 years old, all of whom are extras, and they are required to have a good figure. This information is marked in red, indicating that the union attaches great importance to it. Heath Ledger only glanced at it and lost interest. He had already played a role with a lot of scenes, so he didn't want to play an extra. Then he saw that Warner's Princess Diaries was recruiting 2 supporting roles, and the roles were not many, but he still wrote down the audition location. This is more than a little better than the extras just now, and it is still worth paying attention to. Each of the projects above seems to have a good temptation, open to actors from all over the United States to participate in the competition. This is also one of the most distinctive characteristics of Hollywood. Unlike the conservatism and narrow-mindedness of other regions, in the United States, although most of the good resources are still in the hands of those in the high-level circles, there are still many once-in-a-lifetime opportunities in front of everyone every now and then. Heath Ledger came here from his hometown of Australia to seek development, because he saw more opportunities here. Even a grassroots person with nothing can still rise to prominence. Although Heath Ledger has never made it in the past few years, he has heard of such people or things many times, which is also the source of his long-term motivation. After carefully scanning the bulletin board, Heath Ledger found another film project that interested him. On the huge bulletin board, there is a message marked with white chalk in the lower right corner, saying that the movie Buried Alive is recruiting a male lead, and those who are interested can interview. The so-called white chalk words are used by the Actors Guild to depict those 3 no productions with uncertain investment costs, uncertain investment companies, and uncertain distribution companies. Generally speaking, it is likely to be an independent film with a very small investment cost. After all, if you want to publish recruitment information in the Actors Guild, you only need to go through official channels and pay a sum of money to advertise. In this way, you may encounter all kinds of monsters and demons in the Actors Guild. Works with this kind of mark are also notoriously unreliable, such as not being able to be released after filming, the crew closing down during filming, and pre-filming projects being cut. In short, this is also a kind of unboxing gamble for the selected actors, and there is no guarantee of the results. But Heath Ledger was tempted. This is a leading actor of movie anyway. As an actor who doesn't want to play the most important and prominent role, such opportunities only come a few times a year. As for whether it will work, that is another matter. But he always feels unwilling if he doesn't try. Back at the front desk, he asked Liv, "Is there any more detailed information about the movie called Buried on the bulletin board? I want to know." The one written in white chalk. Liv was a little confused, but she still had some impression of the name. "Yes, that's the one. Let me look for it." Liv bent down and took out a large report from the drawer. It was the original report that she would mark on the bulletin board every day. I found it. It says that it is a movie invested by a company called Man Studio. The investment budget and production cycle are not written. It only says who the director is and where the interview is. I don't know anything else. Heath Ledger was a little disappointed after hearing this. He was planning to get more useful information from Liv, but the result was nothing different from the small amount of information marked on the bulletin board. You are not going to take this movie, are you? Looking at Heath Ledger's expression, Liv kindly advised, this kind of movie is mostly made by new directors who dream of making movies. They are fools who just get some money and try to become famous by their talents. They don't even have a chance of being released. You'd better not waste your time. I still want to try. Heath Ledger responded. This is a trial in Cannes, France, and there is no mark that the round-trip travel expenses need to be reimbursed. It's a trap at first glance. Don't spend money without getting any benefits. Liv was still concerned about him. After all, it was under her that he began to have a little potential to succeed, so she continued to persuade him. Thank you for your concern, but I still want to try. Heath Ledger smiled politely, turned his head, and then walked out of the door of the New York branch of the Screen Actors Guild. Still a fool. No wonder he doesn't understand the hint. Liv muttered in her heart. Choosing Buried is undoubtedly a very risky behavior. Even Liv, who has been releasing project information for many years, said so, which is enough to show how people are not optimistic about those without production background. But Heath Ledger still wants to take a gamble. Since he embarked on the path of an actor, he has always dreamed of playing the leading role. Now the opportunity has come. Even if the road ahead is unknown, he still wants to try. It doesn't matter if there is no script. It doesn't matter if he doesn't even know the basic shooting conditions. And it doesn't matter if he can't judge the quality of the work. He just wants to play the leading role. Even if the pay is low or even no. Even if the movie is difficult to be released. Heath Ledger has a certain preparation in his heart. He is already 22 years old, and he has been playing minor roles for 3 years before he got a supporting role. He doesn't know how long he will have to wait to play an important role in a reliable project. He is tired of the days of waiting and having no opportunities. Didn't he understand what Liv meant by introducing him to an agent, but he still chose to pretend to be confused? Doesn't he know the benefits of having an agent? No, he knows, so Heath Ledger wants to find a very powerful agency to sign a contract, rather than those agents with a little network. Signing him, what future can it give him except for an extra expense? What choices will be given to him? He is not an ignorant newcomer. He knows the cruelty of the circle, so he needs a strong backing, not an agent who is like a lone helper and is almost as poor as him. If you want to change, you must prove yourself. Since the success of the supporting role can't impress those big shots, then try the leading role. This is Heath Ledger's consideration. For my dream of becoming an actor, this is an okay choice for the lead actor. Chapter 12. Choice. Please collect and recommend. The town of Cannes, which had just rained, was filled with a damp smell, and the subsequent heat wave made the air sticky, creating an impetuous and uneasy atmosphere. Lyman slumped on the sofa, holding a long list in his hand. The process of finding actors was not smooth at all. He knew that the project Buried must find an outstanding actor with acting skills that can hold up the scene. The shooting pattern was originally very small, and the focus was all on the shaping of the leading actor. Even the rhythm of the plot depended on the role. If the role had no depth, it would be a disaster for the movie. But a week passed in the blink of an eye, and he still had no gains. During this period, the recruitment information published in the newspaper and various other publicity channels attracted many actors looking for opportunities. About 20 to 30 people were interviewed, but their performance was really unsatisfactory, and there was a long way to go from the role image that Lyman wanted. Some auditions were so embarrassing that people didn't know how to comment. Although he also knew that Buried was not a very attractive project, such a result was still frustrating. Even a mountain of gold and silver cannot withstand such a waste, not to mention that his funds were not abundant to begin with. This made Lyman so worried that even his hair began to fall out. If this continues, the start date of Buried may not keep up with the scheduled time. Hey, man, why are you so sad again? A laughing voice came over, disrupting Lemon's thoughts. He looked up and found that Ryan had come to his house without knowing when. Why haven't you found a suitable actor yet? If it were you, just pick one from the candidates who auditioned before. Lemon sat up from the sofa and smiled bitterly. You think too simply. A one-man show. Even the acting can't hold the stage. It will be strange if it doesn't flop. If he really perfunctorily did that, he might as well take the investment and run away. At least he wouldn't throw the money into the water. Are there any other candidates for audition today? Ryan also sat on the sofa and asked. Yes, we have. Wait half an hour and then we'll get started. I hope we can find the right one today. I've already taken care of everything else. Lemon didn't say anything, but he was thinking the same thing. The two of them took a short break and went to Man's studio, a rented bungalow that they had converted into an interview location. The first person to come in was a handsome blonde man. He handed his resume to Lemon and introduced himself nervously. Hello, my name is Darren Costa. Let's audition first. Lemon glanced at the resume and was no longer interested. Anyway, he had to recognize his strength. You are trapped in a small space and are panicking. What will your expression be? Darren frowned and thought for a while, then took a deep breath. Then I'll start. He slowly closed his eyes, then opened them, and his facial expression began to become distorted. It was eye-catching, and his acting was too poor. Lemon quickly crossed out his answer in his mind and shook his head slowly. I'm sorry, you don't meet my requirements. Oh, God. Rhonda's voice trembled. Can you give me another chance? Please? I really want to act in a movie. No, I'm sorry. Sorry. Lemon handed the resume back to him and said heartlessly, your performance didn't meet my expectations. I'm sorry. Rhonda's eyes were a little red. He took the resume in frustration and left here with a lonely face. Lemon has seen too many such situations in recent times. But the opportunity to perform is there. What's the use if the strength is not good enough? He should be responsible for his work, not sympathy. By the way, who will show sympathy to him? In this world, you have to rely on yourself after all. The next person was a muscular blonde man. Lemon asked, if you want to show despair, please try to control your facial expression. Fuck. What kind of weird question is this? Who would be desperate? Show me one. The muscular blonde man cursed loudly and shouted at Lemon and Ryan fiercely. Just tell me if you are willing to choose me. Sorry, sir, you can't meet my requirements. Lemon calmly stated a fact. The muscular blonde man slammed the table and said with his eyes wide open, what? You actually said I don't meet the requirements? Hey, are you kidding me? You want to cause trouble? Ryan, who was standing aside, couldn't stand it anymore, stood up from his seat and said with his eyes wide open, fuck. The muscular blonde man probably didn't threaten successfully and compared the number of people again. Looking at Ryan's equally strong body, he decisively left cursing. A whole morning passed, and after interviewing more than a dozen trial candidates, he still didn't find any reliable candidates for the leading role. This made Lemon even more worried. Why is it so difficult to find an actor with acting skills? The problem is that those acting talents have never paid attention to such a small production as Buried Alive, and other new actors have not been tempered, so how can they develop a lot of acting experience? It's already 12 o'clock, let's go have lunch and rest, and continue in the afternoon. Ryan didn't complain anymore. He has been auditioning with Lemon these days, while Thomas went to manage other preparations. Seeing that Lemon was in a bad mood, he comforted him in time. Let's go. Although Lemon was disappointed, he knew that he couldn't force it. No matter what, life had to go on. Lunch was solved in a small restaurant nearby. At this time, it was impossible to be generous anyway, so he just ate a little and filled his stomach. The two of them only spent 23 euros. Although Ryan still had some extra money, he knew the importance of it and didn't say much about the food. He still wanted to save money to invest in the production. After all, he saw that the money was decreasing day by day, but there was still no specific time for the filming. He could also understand Lemon's anxiety. In the afternoon, a series of auditions began again. With Lemon's continuous denials, He became more and more irritated. Until then, another candidate came. He was wearing a black t-shirt, black jeans on the lower body, and his golden brown curly short hair was casually pulled up. His facial features were not delicate, but he had a unique charm, especially his eyes, which were particularly smart. As soon as he met, Lemon felt very familiar. "Hello, my name is Heath Ledger." The introduction of the visitor quickly dispelled Lemon's sense of familiarity. The person who appeared in this bungalow audition room was indeed the famous Joker in later generations, but a younger version. Sitting in the chair opposite Lemon's desk, Heath Ledger seemed a little restrained. "I'm here to apply for the leading role in the movie. Is there anything I can do?" Although it is unknown why Heath Ledger, who made his debut in Hollywood, ran to the land of France, this did not prevent Lemon from wanting to audition. In later generations, his acting skills will undoubtedly be recognized by most people, but he is so young now, it is hard to say. Moreover, this young man who had just entered the society was far from the character setting of Paul in Buried Alive. Paul should be a middle-aged man in his 30s, who had established a family and had a lovely daughter. His career had reached a certain stage, but he was facing some difficulties in life. The surprise he had just heard about the introduction quickly faded. Lemon concealed his disappointment and said, "Can you play a scene of inner emptiness and despair? Can I see the general script first? If it's not convenient, some projects will wait until the actors are confirmed before issuing the script, so as not to expose the plot setting." Heath Ledger said this, leaving enough room for maneuvering and not embarrassing both parties. Lemon had no such concerns. If any of the actors he interviewed asked to see the script, he would provide it, but most people just wanted to be able to act, and it didn't matter what they played, so few of them would actually study the script seriously. Here, Ryan took out a printed movie script from the drawer and handed it to Heath Ledger. "Thank you." Heath Ledger thanked him politely and began to read the script. There was no information on the notice board before, and he didn't know what the role was. He only knew that it was the protagonist. Now after reading the detailed plot, Heath Ledger finally understood why the gentleman who asked the question at the beginning was a little disappointed. The protagonist Paul is set to be a middle-aged married man, and he is so young that people will inevitably doubt whether he can play this role well. The image can be changed through makeup, but the life experience and temperament cannot be given. However, no matter what the role is, he came here to audition, hoping to do his best to get the opportunity to perform. He is not a person who gives up easily. "Okay, sir, we can start the audition now." Heath Ledger returned the script with both hands and took a deep breath. "Act out the feeling of despair in your heart, right? Yeah. This emotion is excerpted from the protagonist Paul, who tried to make many calls for help, but was crushed by the ruthless reality. He has read the script and knows the general situation." Heath Ledger slowly closed his eyes, adjusted his sitting position, and then imagined in his mind the feeling of being trapped in a narrow space, isolated and helpless. Endless darkness slowly descended, surrounded him, and began to shrink little by little. He no longer thought that he was auditioning, and focused his thoughts wholeheartedly on the character of Paul, who was trapped underground. The author is not sure whether Heath Ledger's early acting skills were as exquisite as those of later generations, but he is an orthodox experientialist, and I think there will be surprises. Chapter 13, Seeking Survival. Please recommend and collect. The high temperature in cans almost evaporated people on the spot. Through the rotten hole on the top of the warehouse, it seemed as if you could directly see the light emitted by the huge sun above your head turning into flames burning there. Lemon was busy setting up the camera with a camera on his shoulder, sweating continuously. On the other side, Heath Ledger was sitting on a chair to calm down. The slide rails, radio equipment, and lighting equipment were also arranged by someone. The entire production team had already arrived at the filming location, which was the large warehouse that had been rented. Fortunately, this play was a one-man show, so there was no need to ask the actors to start matching the shots and practicing the positions first. Otherwise, I'm afraid this matter would be enough to make this young crew suffer. "Director, it's all done." Intern Thomas hurried over and said. Hearing this, Lemon looked at the open space near the gate of the venue. A large pile of yellow sand had been prepared. Then everyone started their own debugging work, and it was not until 10 o'clock in the morning that Lyman announced the official start of filming. Everyone, be quiet. We are about to start filming. Get the lights and cameras ready. Actors are on stage. Script supervisors are ready. All units, listen to my commands. Ryan shouted with a small loudspeaker. Every time he mentioned a unit, the relevant staff would answer. Begin. As Thomas, who was acting as a stagehand, hit the board, the camera continued to turn, and filming officially began. The crew members also quietly took care of their own affairs. Lyman sat behind the director's monitor, staring at Heath Ledger, who was entering the stage in front of him. The first scene was the scene of the protagonist Paul waking up after being buried alive in a coffin. The props were actually a pile of rough yellow sand, plus a large rectangular wooden box, which also had a custom-made wooden coffin inside for Heath Ledger to lie in. If the two boxes, one large and one small, were nested together, the camera could be fixed on the wooden box outside when shooting close-ups, and there were also movable wooden bars to control the sliding, which could facilitate filming more conveniently. This was also the result of the crew's conception. No matter what angle or shooting changes, they could keep up. Buried alive can't be shot from only one perspective, just because it's a closed-door filming. That's obviously impossible. The director's camera skills and scheduling ability, the actor's performance skills and appeal, and even the story editing's baggage setting all need to be strictly coordinated to make this one-man show truly successful. Cut. Seeing the close-up picture, Lyman directly called a stop. The shooting effect did not meet the requirements at all. Everyone else looked over. Lyman called out the picture and said to the lighting engineer, "Dalgridge, there's a problem with the lighting. Come and take a look yourself." Heath Ledger, who was still lying in the coffin, breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden pause just now made him think that he had made a mistake and made him very nervous. He didn't want to interrupt the filming for the first time. "What's wrong, director?" Dalgridge came over. "Look, the picture is too dark. You can't even see the actor's face. Although it must be dark underground. This scene is when Paul wakes up and takes out his lighter to illuminate the interior space, but the shot now is too blurry, which greatly affects the viewing effect. Buried must first be a movie. It needs enough light source to satisfy the camera to capture the facial details of the actors." "I know, director. I'll add another reflector to focus the light." "Well, go ahead." Lyman knew what effect he wanted, but he didn't know how to solve this problem, so he still had to rely on Douglas, the lighting engineer, to deal with it. "I hope this second highest paid professional can show some skills." After Douglas understood the problem, he immediately pressed a reflector inside the coffin and then made the light of the main light softer and brighter. Because it was a dark scene, all the lights were dimmed. After he adjusted it in this way, it was obvious that the light was harder. "Okay, director, just pay attention to the arranged reflector. When the camera lens is in a while, don't put it in. Start the second shot." Following Lyman's signal, Ryan ran over and re-slapped the board. First scene, second time, start shooting." Along with the voice, a crisp snap sounded, and the second attempt began. Due to the particularity of the movie Buried Alive, this scene fixed the camera lens on the left coffin and smoothly locked the close-up picture from back to front. At the beginning, it was naturally dark, and the sense of picture was created entirely by sound. Use sound to draw. First, there was a steady breathing, as if someone was sleeping. After a while, the breathing began to become disordered, followed by a strong breathing sound, which disrupted the quiet atmosphere around, and then the breathing suddenly stopped. The moment of silence made the dark tranquility solidify again, but it was only a moment, and then someone became hoarse in pain, and the breathing sound became more and more disordered and rapid. Hoo-hoo. The breathing began to become heavier and longer, and then another violent cough came out. At the same time, the coffin began to make noises, and the sound was like someone was turning over and over in it, changing positions, as if looking for something, exploring something. The noise became louder and louder, and someone was struggling violently inside, and the ping-pong collision sound was mixed with chaotic and rapid breathing. Another strong inhalation. At this time, the collision sound has disappeared, accompanied by the trivial sound of fabric friction. Is there a person inside? What did he encounter? The sense of picture is well expressed through the sound. In the gradually quiet atmosphere, a unique mechanical friction sound came out again, and the sound sounded like a lighter. Rub. A flash of fire suddenly lit up. The deep yellow light illuminated this small space, and the darkness retreated outward like a tide, but it still did not leave completely, surrounding the faint light, staring at it. Under the firelight, 1/3 of the cheek can be seen, and the eyes are frantically scanning the surroundings. The fear, confusion, doubt, pain, and thinking in the eyes are intertwined and woven together, accompanied by rapid and disordered breathing. Very good. Heath Ledger's interpretation is very good, and Lyman is very satisfied with the picture transmitted back through the director's camera. Cut. Everyone in the crew stopped what they were doing. Go check if there's any problem with the sound. Ryan, who was standing next to Lyman, nodded and walked towards the sound equipment. Heath Ledger, who was lying in the coffin, also pushed the coffin open and walked out. He wanted to know how the scene he just showed was. Director, come and take a look. It's a good shot. Keep it up. Hearing the voice, Lyman knew that the real boss had come, and he also replaced the shot he had just finished. How is it? Looking at Heath Ledger, who had just devoted himself to the performance, Lyman asked with a slightly boastful tone. The 2 minutes just shot were shot in one shot. There was no scheduling of the camera and the screen, and no need for post-editing. It was completely shot in the dark. Of course, during this shooting process, Heath Ledger, as the leading actor, played a greater role than the director. It's easy to say that the sound is a picture, but all the sense of the picture needs to be created by the actors. This young actor gave a very wonderful performance. Yeah. After watching the short 2-minute shot, Heath Ledger didn't know how this scene would look in the movie, but he knew that he did a good job. The sound recording is fine. After a while, Ryan came back to report on his work. Due to the tight budget of the crew, they did not hire a professional sound recording staff, so this aspect of the problem needs to be verified in person to know whether the sound and picture of the shot just now are consistent. That's good. Lyman couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Such an important shot can't be sloppy. This one is past. Rearrange the lights and remake up the actors. In just a short while, Heath Ledger's face and body were covered with sweat. Although it was normal to sweat when trapped underground, it would affect the subsequent filming. For actors to be on camera, it is necessary to apply some powder to cover up blemishes. Just now, it was all washed away. All the crew members started to get busy again. Some arranged the lighting, some put on makeup, and the camera position also needed to be arranged again. It had to be fixed from the coffin to the actor's lower abdomen, and the close-up of Paul's face was shot from the bottom up. Filming is never an easy task. For Heath Ledger's acting skills, please give some recommendation and support please. Chapter 14 Actors. The makeup was done, and the face was greasy. This was to simulate the makeup with a little sweat on the face of the character Paul after he woke up from being kidnapped, instead of sweating profusely on his face. Reality is completely different from the needs of filming. Heath Ledger sat quietly beside the crew, alone, holding the script scene to be filmed next. He is not an actor who can quickly get into the emotions of the character. He knows what he needs and how to make up for it. In order to play Paul well, he did his homework. He wrote a biography of the character, designed the character's living habits and small movements. The script was full of his annotations. In order to seek the feeling in the dark, he injured all the discomfort in his body and suffered in the bathroom all night until dawn, and he could no longer simulate the scene. Although he is not the crazy clown in later generations at this moment, he is willing to endure hardships, be attentive, and ponder the meaning of every emotional change. He studied experientialism, so when he walked out of the bathroom all night, he caught that feeling, that suffocating oppression. Heath Ledger slowly closed his eyes and emptied his mind to face the fear in the darkness. Lyman, are you ready? Ryan asked casually, looking at Lyman sitting behind the director's camera. Have you arranged everything as required? Yes. As a stagehand and script supervisor, Ryan was responsible for the entire operation of the crew. In this regard, he had a lot of say. Wait for 3 minutes, and then we'll start. 3 minutes passed in a flash. With a wave of Lyman's hand, Ryan took the clapperboard and officially hit the board. Action. In the coffin emitting firelight, there was silence all around. Cameraman Coleman Sabot was lying on the sand pile, carrying the camera on his shoulder, shooting a close-up of the external perspective. Another camera fixed on Heath Ledger's waist and abdomen captured a close-up of his face. Under the cover of the orange-yellow light, a man in a light green short-sleeved long shirt was covered in dust and looked embarrassed. The camera lens captured his eyes, a close-up. In panic, he revealed his thoughts and memories. He was just an ordinary land contractor, and he also did transportation part-time. In order to make more money, he went to Afghanistan, where supplies were in short supply, and it was easy to make a lot of money. But why did he appear here now, in such an unclear environment? Slowly, Paul pieced together the clues he knew, and he became more and more uneasy and panicked. Anyone trapped in such a maddeningly small space, without knowing the reason, would be like this, not to mention that the mobile phone only had a weak signal and the battery was running low. He had to find a way. In the camera, Heath Ledger began to hit the inner wall with his hands vigorously, and even hit the top with his head to make a sound. Obviously, it was a real hit. His forehead was a little blue, and the instant pain made him lie flat in the coffin, breathing violently. Thomas was lying on the other end of the sand pile, holding a long pole in his hand with recording equipment hanging on it. He heard the sound just now clearly from outside, and secretly admired this ruthless man in his heart. He really didn't take his body seriously. It was obvious that he only needed to hit it lightly and perform that feeling, but he still tried to be real. So even though his posture was very strenuous and uncomfortable, and even his hands were numb, he did not let the recording equipment at the front shake, to avoid imperfect sound effects. Sweat dripped down drop by drop, and his whole body was sticky, but he dared not move. He was just an intern, and he had to take part in all the dirty and tiring work, just to be a good cameraman. He really wanted to be able to control a camera like the crew's cameraman, Lyman Sabot. That was what he had been longing for so many years. At noon, the sun outside was still violently casting fire magic. People around could see that Thomas' face was flushed, his teeth were clenched, but his body did not move. Lyman also noticed it, but he didn't say anything. Everyone in the crew was enduring the torment just to shoot every scene well. If they shouted stop, all the work that so many people were doing in the heat would be in vain. So he turned his head away cruelly and concentrated on his directing work. There was limited funding and a bad shooting environment, so there was nothing he could do. Under the camera, Paul half stood up again, and the lighter in his hand released light steadily. Click. This sound was like the sound of nature. Thomas could finally move his stiff body, but he still remembered to handle the radio equipment safely. Ryan glanced at Lyman and confirmed that there was no problem with this shot. He then hurried to the coffin prop and helped the actor Heath Ledger up. The makeup artist Katie next to him also took out the dry towel and mineral water prepared in advance and sent them over. If the crew members were all enduring high temperatures, Heath Ledger's environment was undoubtedly worse. In order to create a dark underground atmosphere, his coffin had a dark hole for breathing, and the long wooden box outside had to be firmly sealed outside to block the light. So in just a short while, his body was soaked with sweat. His face looked better because of the treatment, but it was also extremely unbearable. Think about it, in a closed space without sunlight, the outside temperature is still very high, plus the physical strength used to knock on the coffin. As soon as Heath Ledger came out, he quickly took Katie's mineral water and drank most of it. Wipe it off. Katie, the makeup artist, handed the towel in her hand to Heath Ledger and continued, in the next scene, you need to make blood on your forehead. At that time, a tighter material will be used to stick to your forehead, to prevent sweat from washing away the fake wound. You need to pay more attention, and don't touch it with your hands. Well, I know. Heath Ledger responded, while wiping his sweat silently. In order to better reflect the anxiety and madness of the protagonist Paul trapped underground and to present a better visual effect, the impact force of Heath Ledger just now was actually not enough. At least he had to bleed. Of course, this part can be handled by the makeup artist. If he really bleeds, he may have to be taken to the hospital. Maybe he has a concussion. Director, can I have a camera? After Thomas put down the radio equipment, he also wanted to come over to know the results of his labor. Very good. The effect is very good. Lyman smiled and gave a thumbs up. Huh, that's good. Thomas' tone was hopeful. He had just worked really hard and was eager for his work to pay off. "Can I see the shot just now?" "Of course." While Thomas was watching the shot, Ryan ran over and said, "It's noon. Let's shoot after lunch." "Okay." Lemon was very satisfied with having gained so much in one morning. "Can't you get fat in one bite? Take your time." After Ryan notified the crew members, everyone sorted out the shooting equipment and props, locked the warehouse door, and went out for lunch. Working on an empty stomach will definitely affect the progress of the shooting, so there is no need to rush. Lunch was eaten at a small restaurant nearby. Ryan had already communicated with the restaurant owner, and when he went there, he also prepared it. The shooting budget is not much, so you have to save money, so the meal is naturally not luxurious. However, after all, you can eat enough. There are plenty of toast slices, jam, and butter. There is also a kind of chocolate bread similar to donuts, and the store has prepared a lot. Each of the 9 people got a large plate, which was definitely enough to eat. As for the common meat and vegetable salad, they didn't dare to use them because they wanted to save money. If 9 people ate them, the cost would be too high. But no one complained. After today's filming, they all knew the actual situation of the crew. They were definitely not that rich. Otherwise, they wouldn't have filmed in a broken warehouse. At least they would have filmed in a studio. The scene design and environment there are much better than this almost open air one. "Are you used to it?" Sitting at a small table, Lemon said to Heath Ledger, who was also enjoying a lunch bread series opposite him, while eating. "There's nothing we can do. The budget is tight and the conditions are not very good." Heath Ledger looked at the large pieces of toast on the plate without raising his head. "It's okay to be full. My original life in Australia was not as good as this." "Aren't you American?" Lemon was surprised. "No, I was born in Australia. Later, in order to become a better actor, I went to the United States to seek development opportunities. There are many opportunities there, much better than my hometown." "Oh, so that's how it is." Lemon really didn't know this. The resume he gave was also marked with the American Screen Actors Guild, so he thought he was born and raised in the United States. "Then why did you come to France?" "I mean, the distance between France and the United States is still quite far. How could you think of coming here to participate in our film project?" Heath Ledger smiled bitterly. "A small actor like me, in the United States, if not 100,000, at least 80,000. You know, before I received your film project, I had no definite work to do for several months. I like acting, so I saw this information in the union that day, and I came here with the idea of trying my luck." Lemon was even more surprised after hearing this. Such a talented and hard-working actor couldn't get a role? The competition pressure in Hollywood is so great. "I think you are great, and you will definitely succeed in the future." "I hope so." His confidence is not as good as Lemon, an outsider, thinks of him. The two gradually fell silent, only occasionally exchanging a few pleasantries. Lemon naturally felt that he admired him, but he didn't even know where his future was, let alone making any promises, which would be irresponsible. He just silently remembered this person in his heart, Heath Ledger. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15, Political Lesson. Please recommend and collect. Cut. Heath Ledger, I need your eyes to be more powerful, the feeling of accepting reality, but still seeking hope for life. Do you understand? Lemon stared at the picture transmitted by the director's camera, then looked at Heath Ledger, who was serious next to him, and continued, "Imagine that even the Washington government has given up on him. For the future life of his daughter, he also accepted the fate of being buried alive, but deep in his heart, the human desire to survive still remains in the depths of his soul. That's about what it means. Do you understand?" The filming of the movie Buried went very smoothly, even smoother than Lemon imagined. In just 4 days, the crew's filming progress has been pushed through half. Perhaps this is the advantage of a one-man show. The burden of the entire filming is concentrated on the leading actor Heath Ledger, and other auxiliary work has been streamlined to a minimum. The daily filming progress depends entirely on the actor's performance status. As long as he does not make mistakes, the scene of the effective lens can be easily completed. After all, for each scene, there is no need to change the scene or props. Just wait for Heath Ledger to fix his makeup and adjust the camera position. Moreover, the leading actor Heath Ledger's acting skills are really excellent, and there are very few problems. This is a good news for the Buried crew, which is short of money for filming. Lyman calculated that, if the filming time exceeds 20 days, the existing funds will be completely consumed, and there will be no money left for post-production. At that time, whether it is to start his own retreat money or the pocket money mentioned by Ryan, he will bear greater pressure of failure. Unfortunately, Heath Ledger's state is off the charts, and Lyman is not given this opportunity. I think he should be more desperate. Even his country has abandoned him. The gang of thugs also asked him to film him trapped in the coffin, to cause panic in public opinion. At this time, he must have the least desire to survive. Director. Obviously, Heath Ledger has his own opinion on the filming of this scene. Lyman didn't think it was wrong for actors to have their own opinions. He pulled Heath Ledger over and said to the swapped footage, "Take a good look for yourself." He knew he was going to die, and his face was hopeless and his eyes were dull. The character's reactions and emotions were all in place, nothing wrong. He looked at Lyman in confusion. "It's too depressing, and it's out of touch with the scene." Lyman gestured with his hands. "Your performance is good enough. If you go lower, it will seem a bit isolated. Do you understand? You need to raise it a little, not so low." His hand slid from Heath Ledger's waist to his thigh, and then rose to his lower abdomen. Heath Ledger seemed to understand what he heard, and nodded subconsciously. Seeing his expression, Lyman realized that he didn't understand what he meant, so he pulled him to watch the footage again. "Look, isn't the whole picture a bit inconsistent? It's like you're huddled in that corner alone, and the style is different from the surroundings." Heath Ledger finally understood a little. It's not that his emotions are not in place, but that the overall environment should not be so gloomy. The lighting is soft, and his presence makes this shot very abrupt, as if he shouldn't be there. You can't just focus on your own character's emotions, you have to understand the atmosphere of the entire scene. It's true that we are now shooting the scene of Paul accepting his fate, but you are watching from an outsider's perspective. You know the thinking of the Washington authorities, but Paul doesn't know. He still thinks that, if he didn't agree to the demands of the gang of thugs, his daughter will live well. He even has some illusions that the surrounding garrison troops will come to rescue him instead of the Washington authorities. Do you understand? So the lighting is a little soft, symbolizing that he still has illusions and the desire to survive deep in the human body. "Director, I want to prepare," Heath Ledger said. Lyman's words helped him see the depths of the script, and his own brain also had some new thoughts. He needed time to sort out his thoughts on acting emotions. "Okay, I'll give you half an hour." This kind of situation rarely happens in the crew of Buried. Even the camera and lighting are wrong. As an actor, Heath Ledger can still guarantee his performance, but this time, he needs to jump out of Paul's perspective and look at the background portrayed in the entire script, that is, the Afghan war. He needs to combine these to do better. "Okay, everyone, take a break for half an hour," Lyman said loudly. "What's wrong? Is my lighting wrong again?" Lighting engineer Dogarich asked a little unconfidently. After shooting for so many days, the most mistakes were made in the area he was responsible for. "Haha, no, it's not your problem, just a simple break." After saying that, Lyman looked at Dogarich again. In fact, this hired lighting engineer really has a big problem. The lighting arrangement required for the movie is not difficult at all. After all, there are few scenes, and no need to change them, but he always makes a little mistake. If you say he is sloppy, he sticks to his post very seriously every day, so it can only be that his ability is problematic. You get what you pay for. Although he has the second highest salary, most of the people in the crew are rookies, so he can't compare with others. The only advantage is that he saves money and doesn't complain. He is really patient when doing things, there is no doubt about that. "What's wrong?" After a while, Ryan came over. He knew his old friend very well. He worked as hard as he could during filming. Why would he suddenly want to take a break? Let Heath Ledger find the feeling. His performance just now was too low and uncoordinated. Lemon looked back and answered the reason for the break casually. Ryan followed the instructions and took a look. After Heath Ledger touched up his makeup, he sat there and closed his eyes. Didn't he perform well? And it's so late. Do you want to? Lemon knew what Ryan meant. The whole crew was waiting, and it was getting late. Do you want to take a break first and shoot tomorrow? Give him a chance. While his emotions are still connected, he should be fine if he can adjust himself. For actors, comprehension is also very important. Some actors can understand things at once, while some actors will not be able to do it, even if you break down the play completely in front of them. As for which type of actor Heath Ledger, who has always performed well, it will soon be clear. Half an hour passed in a flash. Heath Ledger stood up, nodded to Lemon, and then went into the coffin. Seeing this, Lemon clapped his hands and said loudly, "All departments are in place, ready to start shooting. Action." As the script supervisor made another decision, the scene began again. Still in the small and dim coffin, Heath Ledger was half sitting, and the photographer began to adjust the lens. Now the background of the whole play is that Paul called the US government for help and told the US government about the terrorists threatening him and asking him to shoot a video of him being buried alive. However, the US side not only did not think about rescuing him, but also seriously asked him if he would help shoot the video. After all, once such a video spreads, it will have a very adverse impact on the credibility of the US government and the strategic relationship in international affairs. Therefore, they lied that they would rescue Paul as soon as possible and asked him not to shoot the video and promised to protect his family. The situation of the kidnappers on the other side is even simpler. They are in their own national complex and want to torture Paul and get a death video to make fun of the US military and government. Moreover, they know very well that the person they buried alive will not get any help from the US side because it is not the first time they have done this. The deaths of many American citizens before have not brought them any other benefits, so they thought of burying him alive and saying that they want a ransom. They also want to kill people to deceive Paul's trust, let him shoot the video, and finally send him to see God. From the beginning to the end, these two groups of forces did not care about the life and death of a small person like Paul. They just used him as a bargaining chip and rolled him back and forth on the skyplate. As for Paul, he believed the lies of the US government and thought that his country would send a rescue team to rescue him, so he promised not to film. It was not until a long time later, so long that the oxygen in the coffin began to become thinner, and he felt that death was getting closer and closer to him, that he understood that he was abandoned, but there was still a trace of fantasy in his heart. The whole movie, through a mobile phone and a few conversations, reveals the image of the entire high society in the United States. The male protagonist also slowly slips from the peak of hope to the valley of disappointment, and he was completely unaware that he was being played and deceived. It was really the most exquisite irony. After thinking through these, the performance was a natural result. In the camera, Heath Ledger lay decadently in the coffin. His breathing was barely audible, and only the beating chest still showed his signs of life. As Lemon said, emotions cannot be too low, and the key is to grasp the scale. There seemed to be a light in his empty eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up for some reason. "I just want my daughter to be safe, and if possible, I hope I can hold on until the rescue team arrives." His sight seemed to penetrate the coffin and look into the distance. The various physical discomforts caused by the thin oxygen tortured him madly, but his expression did not show too much pain, but instead a sense of relief. There was still a glimmer of hope in his desperate look. Lemon did not shout or cut, but just shouted, "Call it a day." Heath Ledger slowly got up from the prop coffin, and the big stone in his heart fell to the ground. This time he brought in a very good emotion, not as depressed as at the beginning, and it was very harmonious with the entire shot. Lemon appreciated the entire shot shift, which was completely in line with his expectations. Heath Ledger did a good job. Chapter 16 filming completed. Recommended collection. Buried is about to be finished. Preparation started in early June, and it's already July. The temperature in Kansas is getting hotter and hotter, and it's still tormenting this young crew. Fortunately, the filming progress of the movie is very fast. Although there are some minor problems from time to time, they can always be solved. Heath Ledger, this is the last set of shots of the movie. Are you ready? Lemon looked at Heath Ledger, who was sitting and resting not far away, and smiled softly. After shooting this set of shots, it's over. Today is still a hot day, and the warehouse is very stuffy. Heath Ledger is wearing a short-sleeved long shirt that has not been washed since the start of filming. Listening to Lemon's words, he nodded calmly. Counting today, this is the 8th day since the filming of the movie began. Lemon directed this work and carried out overloaded filming work every day. The crew members also gritted their teeth and accompanied him to persist. The last scene is that, before being buried alive, Paul took out a photo from his pocket. It was his most lovely daughter, which triggered memories. When editing in the later stage, some of Paul's good memories will be revealed by quick recall, which can be regarded as a warm-hearted card. There is nothing that can promote the depth of the story. It is simple and cliched, just to deceive the audience's tears. This is a very primitive method, but it is absolutely effective. Okay, get ready to shoot. Hearing Lemon's words, the crew began to act again. The camera is fine. The lighting is fine. The actors are ready. Action. With the decision of the script supervisor Thomas, the last group of shooting began. This is a very simple shot. For Heath Ledger, who is getting better and better, it is not difficult to perform at all. Just like Paul still fantasizes about being reunited with his family, it is just a beautiful memory at the moment of death. Cut. Lemon stood up from behind the director's camera, took a deep breath, calmed down his excitement, and then announced loudly, "Buried. The shooting is all over." Yes. Wow. Ryan was the first to run over because he was closest to Lemon. "Great, man." As he said, he opened his arms and hugged Lemon vigorously. As a person who has traveled through time, Lemon obviously still cannot accept the custom of hugging and cuddling with a grown man. He smiled awkwardly. "Thank you, Ryan." Ryan said nothing, just let go of Lemon and ran to greet the other members of the crew warmly. Everyone in the crew was very happy. The end of the filming not only meant that they had worked together to complete a work, but also that they could get actual remuneration. According to the initial employment regulations, the salary was only paid half, and the rest would be paid after the filming was completed. And now, the filming of the movie is over. Oh, Lemon. Heath Ledger, covered in sweat, also came over. He was in a very good mood. The filming in these few days made him indulge in the addiction of being a leading actor. "Thank you, it made me feel a kind of pleasure." Looking at Heath Ledger, who was still a little restrained, Lyman did not mind the sweat and stains on his body. He hugged him in a friendly manner and patted him on the back twice. "You are a good actor. I hope we have a chance to work together again in the future." Heath Ledger smiled. "Well, I'd love to. When are you going back to the United States?" Lyman let go of his hand and asked with concern. Heath Ledger replied naturally, "Probably just these 2 days. The consumption here is too high. I don't have much money. I will settle your remuneration as soon as possible." Lemon said embarrassedly, "It may not be much. I'm really sorry." After the filming of the film was completed, after deducting the unfinished salaries of the hired behind-the-scenes production members and leaving about $50,000 for production costs, there would be only 10,000 or 20,000 euros left. This amount of money was really too little for Heath Ledger, who had to travel a long distance and consider his own accommodation. His net worth was more than this, and it was just enough to meet the daily performance remuneration stipulated by the Actors Guild. "It doesn't matter. I'm very satisfied with the filming these days." Heath Ledger was very open-minded. After sorting out the equipment for filming, everyone went their separate ways. They had gathered together for a movie. It was normal to leave after the filming was completed. There was no special closing ceremony, nor was there a lively celebration. After Lemon and Ryan gave the most sincere verbal thanks to the crew members one by one and paid the remaining wages, the warehouse gradually became quiet. Simply tidy up, save the film, lock the door, and go home to sleep. Being a film director is really a high-pressure job. When Lemon returned to his home, he didn't even eat dinner and fell asleep on the bed. For so many days, he has not had a good rest. He thinks about filming every day and has no intention of sleeping. Now that he has something to rely on, the situation is naturally different. After a good sleep, Lyman, who has recovered his energy, did not rush to post-production. Instead, he dealt with some trivial matters first. He called Ryan, who still wanted to be lazy, and the guy complained again, saying that he had not had a good rest for so many days, but he still did not refuse Lyman. The two came to the big warehouse together. "Come on, move these to the car. Let's return these rental equipment first." Lyman ran to the closed small compartment at the other end of the warehouse and took a look. The film materials after shooting were stored here, and there were 300 reels of film that were originally purchased next to them. The use of these films was much better than he expected, and there were nearly 60 reels left, which meant that he had shot about 1,200 minutes of material. In addition to the two of them, Thomas also came over soon. This person was the key person in their rental equipment. After hearing that they had to return it, he took the initiative to ask to come. Of course, he also had a small request, wanting to participate in the post-production editing of the movie Buried Alive. In his words, "I want to watch the birth of a movie from beginning to end." Lyman would naturally not refuse such a kind heart. As for post-production, it was also a tiring job. It happened that there was one more laborer who could help reduce a little burden, and he didn't have to pay any salary. Free is the most important thing. He really doesn't have much money. The three men worked hard in the hot weather, and it took almost 2 hours to get all the tools ready. "Let's go. Who will drive?" Lyman asked casually as he got into the car. All three of them had driver's licenses, but Lyman had never driven a car before. After traveling through time, even though he had a driver's license, he didn't dare to drive. So the driver was naturally chosen from the remaining two. Ryan glanced at Thomas, and Thomas immediately understood. "I'll do it." "Well, it's him." Ryan sighed and got into the car. The poor honest man Thomas sat in the front and drove steadily, while the two unscrupulous gentlemen in the back had already dozed off. The journey was long, nearly 2 or 3 hours, so it was better to rest in peace. With sweet dreams all the way, they soon arrived at Uncle Angus's camera equipment store. "Lyman, get up." Ryan pushed hard with his hands twice. Lyman opened his eyes instantly when his body sensed the movement. "Are we there yet?" "Of course. Come down and help move it." "Do you expect me to keep working?" Lyman stretched his body and his mind began to clear up. He hurriedly got out of the car and ran to the back to start dismantling the video equipment. It seemed that Thomas had been working for a while and his back was already wet. Lyman held a camera and put it back to the designated location. Seeing Uncle Angus passing by, he sincerely thanked him. "Thank you very much for your help, Uncle Angus." Angus smiled and said nothing. He was not a good talker. With the help of Angus, the four people dismantled the equipment very quickly. After a while, they moved all the rented video equipment back to the equipment store. "Uncle Angus, you can check it. We have kept this batch of video equipment very well and paid attention to it. There is no damage. Well, you are all tired. Stay for lunch." Angus did not want to check the equipment, but talked about eating. "No, we have something else to do, and we will leave soon." Lyman quickly rejected Angus's kindness. He gave enough for Thomas's sake, and he really couldn't let him worry about it anymore. Thomas on the side understood and said quickly, "Yes, we still have a lot of things to do, so we won't bother Uncle Angus." After hearing this, Angus didn't persuade him anymore and said, "Then we won't delay your business, young people, just go and do it." The three got in the car and headed back to Cannes. On the way, Ryan said, "Are you still short of money for the post-production of the film?" "I still have some here, about 10,000 euros. You can take it." Lyman smiled and rejected Ryan's kindness. "I still have some left. It's definitely enough. If it doesn't work, I'll take it from you." "Okay." Ryan thought about it and felt that it was okay, so he nodded and said, "If it's not enough, come to me. I still have pocket money on me, just right to do something serious." "Don't worry. The investment of 450,000 euros. The salary of the behind-the-scenes shooting team cost about 60,000. The cost of renting equipment and shooting venues, as well as various props, make-up, and scenery cost about 280,000. During the shooting, I didn't spend much money. Counting the usual food and water expenses, it cost less than 10,000. excluding the printing fee for recruiting personnel, the shutdown fee for a period of time, and the salary of the actors. It cost €40,000. With this calculation, there is still about €60,000 left, which is enough for post-production. It turns out that his budget is even lower than this. People should be content. Chapter 17 Post-production. Please recommend and collect. How important is the post-production of a movie? It can almost be said to be equivalent to secondary creation. Editing, composing music, retouching, and coloring frame by frame can slowly create a complete work. This means that it will be a very patient job. After all, it is not easy to select and assemble more than 1,200 minutes of material from the shooting, and then compile it into a nearly 90-minute movie with a smooth plot. Different lens combinations, length of time, etc. will produce completely different movie effects. A mediocre movie may become ups and downs and fascinating under superb editing. On the contrary, an excellent movie may be ruined by a bad editing. For example, a later movie Watchmen is completely different stories in the hands of Zack Snyder and Warner. I don't know which editor said this. Editing is the rhythm of movie, and it also determines what kind of viewing experience the movie will bring to the audience. Therefore, general post-production work is very tedious. The more you think about the best results, the more time, energy, and thought you need to spend. Low-budget one-man shows like Buried Alive are not as complicated as blockbusters, but they are definitely not easy. Just choosing and discarding the filmed materials and combining them into a movie is a headache. In order to prevent himself from suffering alone, Lyman also brought in Ryan and Thomas, and the three of them worked together on the post-production. After they dealt with the problem of shooting equipment, they went around and sorted out the rental of the post-production studio. In the original studio that was used for investment, Lyman and his three friends went to see it in person. The various equipment inside was fully available and fully met the editing needs of the film. So, after repeated discussions with the person in charge, they rented it for a month at a price of €20,000 per month. This price is not cheap, but of course it is not expensive either. It is just so-so. After all, none of the three people know each other here and can't help much. After the two parties signed the formal lease contract the next day, Lyman, Ryan, and Thomas, who was willing to act as an assistant, moved directly into the editing studio with a large amount of film materials. Anyway, they have the right to use it for the next month, and the space inside is enough for three big men to sleep. In the editing room, there was chaos. Three people sat around the editing machine, expressing their opinions. This should be cut. Thomas has been talking more and more since he joined the gang. Damn. I think this long shot is great. We shot it over and over again that day before it passed. Now you want to cut it out? No, keep it. Ryan also took a film major and had his own opinions. He looked at Lyman again. Do you think it should be kept? Putting this long shot here will slow down the rhythm of the movie. We are shooting a thriller, so we have to take into account the atmosphere of the whole movie. It must be cut. Thomas said confidently. Lyman, am I right? Thomas is right. This clip is not suitable. Cut it. Both of them stared at Lyman, but he still followed the best editing style of the film and chose Thomas. Friends are friends, and movies are movies. These are two different things. Does any story have to have a main line? The movie Buried is very simple and straightforward. It is edited around the psychological changes of the protagonist Paul. The long shot just now was very cool and torturous when it was shot, but it was indeed not a good choice. It was a bit inconsistent with the overall rhythm of the movie. After that, Lyman manipulated the editor to cut the long shot. Thomas was even more smug when he saw that his ideas were followed by Lyman. Ryan next to him couldn't stand it anymore and quickly hugged Thomas like a tiger. While hugging him hard, he thought to himself, "You are so naughty." Ping pong. Lyman sat steadily in his seat, staring at the shooting materials, adjusting the most reasonable combination, and didn't even look at the two funny guys. These days, the two people quarreled, and he was used to it. The progress of editing work is much slower than shooting. Even if it is only the first round of rough cuts, Lyman seems very serious. After repeated comparisons and splicing, a day can't determine a few minutes of shots. He was very cautious in this regard, even more attentive than when shooting. The closer he was to the finished film, the more careful he was. As the editing went through the boring early stage, Lyman also adapted to this rhythm, and the coordination of the three people also entered a good state. They could always find the most suitable editing point in a mess of shots, turning the filmed materials into the pictures in their minds. In order to complete it as soon as possible, the three of them simply ate and lived in the studio. Every time it was time for dinner, they would ask Thomas or Ryan to buy some food and just take care of their physical needs. Every day, in addition to processing materials and shots, all extracurricular activities were turned down. Even Ryan, who paid attention to his appearance, had dark circles under his eyes. Not to mention Thomas and Lyman, they also looked devastated. It was close to mid-August when the three finally finished the editing work. Buried went through the first cut, recut, fine cut and the final round of comprehensive cut. After 4 processes, the length of the film was strictly controlled to 90 minutes, and the plot was smooth, the rhythm was clear, and the atmosphere was appropriate. Because of the good sound recording, there was no need to ask Heath Ledger to do the dubbing again in the later stage. Therefore, after all this, the post-production work of the film was also carried out to the end, and only the final soundtrack work was not completed. Nowadays, almost every movie needs background music to set off the atmosphere of the plot and create the feeling required by the film. Buried Alive is no exception. Lyman didn't have much money and didn't have the means to find someone to make original soundtracks, so he had to choose a few more appropriate songs. After paying a certain amount of copyright fees, he successfully obtained the right to use them. These soundtracks are all based on the horror genre. They will appear to promote the atmosphere when Paul panics and hits his head against the top, calls for help from people everywhere, and finally accepts reality and is extremely desperate. The 450,000 euros were basically used up, with about 10,000 left. Lyman didn't have the money to hire a professional sound editor, and the 3 gang members came up with a solution, which took another 4 days to solve. Lyman, isn't the soundtrack transition here a bit abrupt? Ryan frowned in doubt. It's better if the sound changes from small to large. Thomas also spoke up. Insert a 3-second prelude, and then expand the soundtrack later. Lyman pondered. Try this first. He put on the headset and slowly reduced the prelude of the inserted soundtrack, and then gradually expanded it after 3 seconds. Since the 3 of them were novices in sound effects, they often made mistakes. However, the film did not use sound effects frequently, and after a series of changes, it was barely completed. After nearly a month of intense work, the film Buried was finally completed. Although the speed was slow, it was worth it. When Lyman, Ryan, and Thomas walked out of the editing room, they were exhausted, their faces were still greasy, and they were uncomfortable all over. But they were extremely excited in their hearts. This was their first completed work, and they also watched the entire film style, and there was an extraordinary sense of accomplishment lingering in their hearts. When the 3 of them first watched the finished film, they were so excited, because the film was unexpectedly wonderful. It felt like a record-breaking and popular all over the world. Then, it won the Oscars, punched Cannes, kicked Venice, and all the international awards in the world, made way for Buried. But as soon as they left the nest, they were exposed to the scorching sun, which woke them up from their sweet dreams. Hey, I have to go back first. We will gather in a few days. I'm in this state now. I can't come back for 3 or 5 days. Ryan was the first to speak. Indeed, he valued his appearance more than the 2 rough men, Lyman and Thomas. I have to go back too. I don't have much money on me. I will go back to my dad to get some more. Thomas stood outside the editing room and also expressed his difficulties. After running around and working hard for 2 months, he has not received a penny of salary. Sometimes, he even has to help pay for it. Just like when he brought meals back on weekdays, the money given by Lyman was not enough for a good meal, so he paid for it himself and made the food richer so that everyone would have a better appetite and work more motivated. When he said this, Lyman immediately felt embarrassed. Originally, he said that, if he worked well, he would give him a corresponding salary. As a result, after so many days, the budget was really tight, and in order to give more money to the leading actor Heath Ledger, he did not mention this matter. But who is Lyman? He immediately responded, "If the movie makes money, I will guarantee you a share of the benefits. If you follow me, I will definitely not let you suffer any loss." Empty words without prospects just came out of his mouth. "Well, my trip back will take about 3 or 4 days. I will come back then." Thomas looked at Lemon seriously and said, "I want to continue to follow you." "Okay. No problem. I will wait for you here. When the time comes, we will go to the distribution company to distribute our movie together." Lemon patted his chest and agreed. In this way, under a big sun, the three of them fulfilled their agreement. Afterwards, Ryan went back to his home, Thomas went north to Paris, and Lemon also returned to his little nest to rest. After a month of intensive work, people are overwhelmed. The sense of urgency under pressure makes it a luxury to sleep well. Now that all the post-production work of Buried Alive has been completed, people feel relaxed. Lying on the comfortable bed, after a while, I fell asleep and played chess with some unknown god. Since yesterday, I have updated twice a day. Can't the book friends give me some recommendation votes as compensation? Please. Please support me. Shouldn't Lemon, who came at the beginning of the chapter, give me some votes? Chapter 18. Difficulty. Please recommend and collect. The morning in Cannes was sunny, but it was easy to sweat on the forehead when walking. Lemon looked at the high-rise building in the style of modern business buildings in front of him, and without much hesitation, he strode forward. Just yesterday, Thomas also rushed over from Paris. After the trio regrouped, they couldn't wait to start the next task. If a movie wants to be released in theaters, it naturally needs to be negotiated by the distributor and the theater chain. The theater chain will arrange for its theaters to vacate the schedule, and finding a suitable film distributor is the purpose of their trip. In France, in the Alps, there are many film companies with theater distribution channels, but they can be roughly divided into two types. One is some subsidiaries established in France by major Hollywood companies that distribute their films worldwide, including Paramount, Columbia, Warner Brothers, MGM and the French Film Federation Fox Distribution Company. The second is French local film companies, such as Buck Company, Europa Company, Pathé Company and other strong ones. And then there are many independent distributors, which are the middlemen of regional screenings. Lemon's ideal choice is of course those big companies. After all, big companies not only mean strong strength, but also more abundant film and television resources. So his first choice is the Warner Brothers office in France. There are so many big companies, and there is nothing special about the first target. It is just that the Warner Brothers office is near Cannes. Well, the distance is the shortest and convenient. "Hello, welcome to the Warner Brothers French office." The receptionist greeted people with a smile. She was a white woman in her 20s. Although her smile was fake, it was surprisingly pleasing to the eye. Lemon glanced at the work card hanging on her chest and knew that her name was Sylvie Womer, so he said, "Hello, Miss Sylvie, I'm Lemon. I made an appointment with Gaiman, the manager of your company's film purchasing department, yesterday." "Okay, please wait a moment." Sylvie turned around and started to make a phone call to confirm relevant matters. Seeing this, the three of them also sat casually on the bench beside them and waited for news. Touching the sturdy seat under his butt, Lemon looked around the surrounding environment. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little nervous. At this time, the front desk lady Sylvie finished the phone call and said in a friendly and cordial manner, "Mr. Lemon, our manager is already waiting in the screening room on the second floor. I will take you up. Please follow me." "Okay." The three Lemons also stood up. Ryan and Thomas each held a briefcase in their hands, which contained various materials and copies of the final edited version of the movie Buried. Going up to the second floor, they first passed by the office area of Warner Brothers. There didn't seem to be too many people in it, but it seemed very busy. Everyone was working hard or communicating on the phone. Sylvie led the three to a separate office. She went forward and knocked on the door. A voice of coming came from inside. She opened the door and reported inside, "Mr. Gaiman, Director Lemon is here." After that, she turned back to the front desk. After the three Lemons went in, they saw a middle-aged white man in his 40s, with a common appearance in the United States, with sparse hair and severe baldness. He was wearing a gray suit and a black tie. He was sitting behind the desk, looking at something. After noticing them coming in, he raised his head, smiled and stood up. "Hello. Director Lemon." "Hello. Hello, Mr. Gaiman." Lemon smiled and shook his hand, and said politely, "Nice to meet you." Thomas smiled and said nothing, but asked, "Mr. Lemon, you look really young." "Excuse me, how old are you?" 25. The answer was very concise. After hearing this, Gaiman frowned slightly, obviously a little dissatisfied with the young director in front of him who said he wanted to cooperate. 25 years old, just graduated from college. This so-called movie will not be a ridiculous playing house game. Although he didn't like it in his heart, and felt that it was a waste of time, he agreed to meet, and the person was here, so he couldn't just avoid it. So he said, "Well, let me appreciate your film work first. I hope it will be a pleasant experience. I brought a copy of the movie," Lemon said, taking the briefcase from Ryan who was standing beside him. "Well, let's take a look." Gaiman took the copy of the movie, put it into the player in the office compartment, and pulled down the curtains installed in the room. The four sat in comfortable chairs, and looked at the small screen in front of them. Gaiman pressed the start button on the remote control, and saw a black picture on the small screen. Time passed, and there was still no other picture on the screen, and it was still dark. "Wow, this..." Gaiman pressed the pause button, looked at Lemon, and asked, "Director Lemon, are you sure this is a movie? Why is there no picture? Is it a dark movie?" Lemon was thinking, and was interrupted like this, but when he came to his senses, he quickly explained, "This 20+ seconds is based on sound. You will know what it means later." Resisting the farce, Gaiman pressed the start button. On the screen, the camera zoomed in, and Heath Ledger, who was trapped alone in the coffin and buried alive, was hidden in a large shadow, and his eyes full of panic and confusion moved restlessly. The background music gradually sounded, further enhancing the atmosphere. This set of difficult one-shot shooting, Lemon did not cut a single cut, a full 30 seconds. It was a completely shocking appearance. Time passed slowly, and after 90 minutes, it was suddenly dark. The whole film ended, and the subtitles gradually appeared. The film was over. At this moment, Lemon, Ryan, and Thomas all looked at the bald man sitting next to them. They watched this movie many times, but they still thought it was wonderful. The first time, you think it is heartbreaking. The second time, you think it has some deep meaning. And the third time, you can find that this movie vividly shows the despicable means of the US government and the entire social opinion, and truly analyzes the conflict of interests on the international political battlefield. In short, it is very good. But Lemon and the other two have no say. In this room, Gaiman has the most decision-making power. If he thinks it is okay, it is really okay. How is it, Mr. Gaiman? Looking at the somewhat quiet atmosphere, Ryan couldn't help but speak first. He stared at the film purchasing manager, afraid that he would hear no from him. "Director Lemon, what do you think of your movie?" Gaiman's hesitant words made Lemon on the side even more nervous. "It's very surprising, and it's really interesting. At least it allows me to watch the whole movie with peace of mind." Then, he laughed at himself. However, this extremely strong personal style, coupled with the fact that the whole film has only one character and scene, is really crazy. I have never seen such an alternative movie. You know, I'm just a manager of an office and I don't have any power, but you handled the whole story very well." But, as soon as Lemon heard the uncertainty in Gaiman's words, he knew that the result of this action might not be very good. Sure enough, Gaiman spread his hands and said, "I can only buy copyrights and put them in the offline market and distribute videotapes. Hobbies are hobbies, and business is business. Director Lemon, I'm willing to persuade the company to spend a sum of money to buy the distribution rights of this movie, but it cannot be pushed to theaters for release. What do you think?" Lemon's heart sank. What Gaiman meant was that the style of this movie was too strong. Instead of taking many risks and spending a lot of money to persuade the cinema to arrange a screening, it would be better to directly enter the offline market for distribution. In that case, the initial cost paid would be much easier than that of the cinema. To put it bluntly, the movie might be valuable, but they were unwilling to take risks. I know, but the market is always unpredictable. Maybe we can try to preview it first, just test it in a dozen theaters, see the audience's reaction, and then decide on the subsequent release. How about it? Lyman reluctantly put forward his suggestion. But Gaiman still shook his head. I saw the investment in the movie. It cost 500,000 euros to shoot, right? Our company is willing to spend 1 million euros to buy the distribution rights of this movie and guarantee the profit in the offline market. As the producer, you have a 25% share. How about it? 500,000 became 1 million, and the entire investment amount was earned back in a blink of an eye. Logically, Lyman should be happy. When he first crossed over, didn't he think that making movies could make money and continue to work in this industry? But why was he so unwilling? Really, can't we give this movie a try? Sorry, this is beyond my rights. I can't do anything about it. Gaiman neatly cut off the last glimmer of the chance of release. As the film purchasing manager of Warner Brothers Pictures French office, he certainly has the right to push a movie to theaters everywhere. After all, he also has the opportunity to intervene in the release of the film sources from the head office in France every year. It is not difficult to build a good relationship with the theaters, not to mention that the distribution channels of the head office are all over Europe and the United States. But he doesn't want to take risks. The directorial style of Buried Alive is too prominent. It is more like an author's film, not the so-called literary film that rubs pornographic balls. This kind of thriller and niche type will not be welcomed in France. This is his long-term experience in purchasing films. There is value, but the prospects are unclear. There is no need to risk dereliction of duty and force it. Instead, it is necessary to release offline videotapes. For him, it will definitely pay back and create profits. It is clear at a glance, which is more important. Can you give me some time to think about it? Of course, you can call me anytime in the next few days. Thank you. When Buried was first released, there were very few theaters, and it was only popular because of word of mouth. This was in 2001. The market was smaller, and investors were more cautious. So that's it. Chapter 19. Fight Fight Fight. Please recommend collection. I'm sorry, sir. Our manager is not interested. We can buy the copyright for 800,000. What do you think? It's impossible to show it in theaters. Let me tell you this. Your movie can only make a name for itself in the offline market. Our manager is not here. Our company does not distribute other people's movies. Yes, buying out the copyright is not an option. He has been running around with Ryan and Thomas for a week, from Paris to Cannes. Many big companies have tried it, but the results are not good. These big companies are hesitant, and the conditions they offer are high and low, but none of them mentioned the possibility of theater screening. Lyman, who doesn't believe in evil, also contacted some independent distributors. Some of them will also make low-cost movies for distribution, and some are simply agents for distribution. But they are also not optimistic about the movie being shown in theaters. Gradually, Lyman has gone from being full of confidence and enthusiasm at the beginning. Now, he even considers whether to sell the movie copyright. The videotape market is also a place to belong, isn't it? At least someone will see this movie. Sometimes after running around for a day, he is exhausted and really depressed. MDSD. Why is no one willing to give this movie a chance? It was another ordinary morning in July. The big trees on both sides of the street seemed to be knocking on something. Outside the house, Lyman pursed his lips and said nothing. Ryan and Thomas looked at each other, not knowing what to do. There are still a few distributors in St. Denis that we haven't contacted yet. Are we going today? Ryan was the first to speak, looking at Lyman with a little expectation. He hoped that he could cheer up. We have been running around for so many days, and all we got was rejection. What? Do you still have confidence? Ryan glanced at Thomas and didn't know what to say. The atmosphere seemed a little depressing. Let's sell the film copyright. The highest price has been offered by Gaiman from Warner Brothers. He is willing to pay 1.2 million euros. With this money, we can also draw a conclusion to our experience over the past few days. After a long time, Lyman said calmly. Ryan was stunned. He had never thought of this path, but why did Lyman make such a decision? So, he immediately responded, if the movie is not released after it is made, then why make it? The voice was loud and harsh, so Lyman couldn't help but raise his voice a little, but they think the risk is too great and the possibility of loss is very high. In other words, the movie we made is not worth it. It is just a bad movie. Do you think that bad movies should not see the light of day? Ryan was silent for a long time before saying, we still have a lot of companies that we haven't visited. At worst, we can try Hollywood. There are more opportunities there. Didn't Heath Ledger say that? There are more distribution companies there. Yes, who would want to have a movie that they worked hard to make sentenced to death from the beginning of completion? But if it doesn't work here, will Hollywood work? Not to mention the expenses along the way. Are those professional managers really willing to take risks? Lyman fell into thinking. Ryan next to him didn't say anything, and Thomas would not interrupt in this matter. For a while, the three of them became dumb. What extravagant dreams does a loser have for a failed movie? Perhaps entering the offline market is its best destination. In fact, it's quite good to think about it. With an investment of $500,000, you can still make $700,000 after a lot of twists and turns. It's already a success, isn't it? This is his first movie. Looking back on his life of more than 20 years in his previous life, he never thought that he would make any achievements in the film industry. At that time, he was more thinking about when he could direct the set independently. It would be satisfying to shoot a TV series and be in charge of a camera team. He once thought that his future life would be like most domestic directors, working honestly, and after getting the qualifications, he would naturally get opportunities. But now, he has made a movie, and it can still generate value. Isn't it good? He looked up at the sky and thought unconsciously, the sun is so big. Let's go to Italy, Ryan said. His words interrupted Lyman's thoughts and brought his attention back to the present. What? Ryan said this without thinking, but he did think about it. He continued, they are not optimistic about this movie, but we are confident, so we should work hard to give it the treatment it deserves, instead of just going along with what some people say. The Venice Film Festival will start next month. Let's take it to the exhibition. If it's not a bad movie, there will always be audiences who will appreciate it. Lyman poured a bucket of cold water on him and reminded him, do you have any way to participate in the exhibition? It's July now, and the registration time has long passed. Even if you can register, why would others let you screen it? You can't just enter the main competition unit if you want to. No need for an official screening hall, just show it in the surrounding areas. But what if there are satisfied audiences? If the distribution company doesn't approve, this movie still can't be shown in theaters. How can I be content if I don't try? I have paid so much for this movie, and you, Thomas, and every member of the crew are all insisting on making this movie well. I won't give up until the last moment. Ryan said excitedly, the worst result is nothing more than flowing into the offline market. Will we be worse than now? There is nothing to lose, so let's go to Italy. Ryan stared at Lyman's eyes, just looking at him like that, with a firm and powerful look. Besides, buried alive is our work. Even if it is going to die, it should be sentenced by the audience. Even if it is going to be buried, there should be a funeral. Thomas next to him interrupted, I think Ryan is right. You have been silent for so long, and the only thing you can say is 666. Both of them looked at Lyman, wanting to hear what he said. Lyman lowered his head, and for some reason, a sentence came to his mind. Even if you have to lose, you have to lose willingly. You have said so what else can I say? He raised his head and looked at the two of them. Go to Venice. As we all know, the Venice Film Festival is known as one of the three major international film festivals in Europe, along with Cannes in France and Berlin in Germany. And it is the earliest of them, established in 1932, and is also known as the father of international film festivals. After so many years of being held, it has gradually formed its own unique tradition. It focuses on movie lovers from all over the world, and encourages them to shoot films with novel forms. Even if there are defects, as long as they are innovative, they can be accepted by the film festival. The purpose of the film festival is film serve serious art. So every year from August to September, on the Lido Island in Venice, Italy, directors and producers from all over the world who want to be famous will gather and bring their works to this event, hoping to find their own mentor and then become famous in one fell swoop. Correspondingly, major international film and television companies will also be eager to prepare funds to find delicious food in this film feast, to bring profits and even talents to their companies. This is not a dream. In the past few decades, many film masters have emerged at the Venice Film Festival. Mainland China's Zhang Guoxi, Sunglasses King, Jia Keqing, Lian, Hao Xiaoxin, Jiang Wen, Arby's Kurosawa Akira, Kitano Takashi, Edaka Hirokazu and many other film talents have all made their mark here. This year is the 58th edition, and Lemon was convinced by Ryan's words. He decided to attend. So where's the money? Lemon awkwardly calculated the recent financial affairs, only to find that the money that was fooled had been used up. Even the 50,000 euros of retreat funds were used up a little. It was used for travel expenses and food and lodging during this period. I still have about 10,000 here. Is it enough? Ryan said with his head down. He wanted to ask his father for more, but his father had enough of his fooling around all day and cut off his source of funds. He couldn't get pocket money, and even his mother was cruel and stopped giving it to him. Now he only has this little bit of money accumulated over the past period of time. Added together, it's less than 60,000. The round-trip travel expenses, food and lodging for the 3 people, and the projection equipment needed to show the film. Even if it's rented, it still costs money. This little money is undoubtedly not enough for the entire operation. Ryan also knew that he was a little too idealistic, so he quickly said, I'll think of a way. I can always solve the problem. Lemon, Ryan, I still have 30,000 euros here. Is it enough? At the critical moment, Thomas stood up. If it's not enough, I can go to Uncle Angus to borrow some. He is close to us, so he can go there on the way. No need, the 3 of us have almost 90,000 in total. If we spend it frugally, it should be enough to show our movie at the Venice Film Festival. The whole cycle lasted from the beginning of August to the end of August and the beginning of September. In such a long period of time, I hope that Buried Alive can find a good home. Lemon did not expect that the movie could be favored by the distribution company and released in theaters. At least, it would be witnessed by the audience and filmed and screened openly. That would be enough. Just like Ryan said, even if it dies, it should not die quietly. It should bloom something and cross the sky like a meteor, which is also worth it. Have you packed? The next morning, the 3 met again at Lemon's place. Yeah, me too. Then let's go. On July 29th, 2001, the 3 boarded a flight to Venice, Italy. There they would find the most suitable destination for their work Buried. The plane took off smoothly. Although there were some delays, it was still flying steadily in the stratosphere. Lemon looked at the big white clouds outside and suddenly thought of Heath Ledger. If he were here, he would not want to see this movie Buried. Daily vote request. Chapter 20 Have a Sweet Dream. Recommend collection. This year's main venue is still held on Lido Island. It's only the 30th, but the surrounding area of the island has already heated up. Filmmakers and film and television enthusiasts who flew in from all over the world were laughing and taking pictures in the square or on the surrounding lawns. At night, the headlights installed around the road had been turned on at this time. The bright light illuminated the surroundings clearly, allowing everyone's vitality to continue to be released. The local residents of Venice were not to be outdone. They either brought their children or the elderly at home to stroll together, enjoying the lively atmosphere different from the past. The whole scene was full of laughter. In a homestay less than 2 kilometers away, there were no night lights that were open all night, nor the hustle and bustle of tourists. In the dark night, various small and messy sounds could be heard faintly. At the end of the alley, the colored lights with the words accommodation were hung in front of the door of a house. When I got closer, I saw that this hotel didn't even have a name. At this time, the door of the house was half open. The so-called door was just a two-way glass door like a hair salon. There was a blackboard inside the entrance of the hotel, on which was written in red chalk special offer this month, stay for 20 yuan, and various strange lines and patterns were drawn next to it to show surprise. After entering the door, it was the front desk. A middle-aged cashier wearing glasses and watching a small TV raised her head slightly. 3 people stay. How many rooms can you open? What kind of rooms are there? The 3 people who came were Lemon, Ryan, and Thomas. They got off the plane and took a taxi all the way to the venue. As a result, all the hotels near Lido Island were full, so they had to go a little further to find a place to stay. Of course, there was also the reason of controlling the budget. They didn't dare to ask those high-end hotels if there were any vacancies. Single room is 20 yuan per night. Double room is 30 yuan per night. How many rooms can you open? The middle-aged woman stared at the small TV hanging on the wall intently and responded casually. One single room. One double room. 2 rooms. Lemon said. 50 euros. The middle-aged woman was silent as always and continued to watch her TV. We rent for a week. Is there any discount? Hearing this, the middle-aged woman turned her attention away from the TV screen and looked at Lemon and the other two. After a quick look, she asked casually, "Are you from out of town here for the Venice Film Festival?" Although she said it was a question, her words were full of certainty, as if she had seen many people like Lemon. Yes. A very sure answer. There is nothing wrong with this. They are indeed here for the Venice Film Festival. Then pay 320 euros. Thank you. Lemon took out a handful of change from his pocket, counted it, and took out 320 euros in both small and large amounts. Here. The middle-aged woman nodded to confirm the correctness of the amount. Then she put the money in the drawer and took out a bunch of keys from it. Come with me. She got up from her seat and walked upstairs. Lemon and the other two followed behind her. Next to the front desk was a very narrow wooden staircase, and going up all the way, you will reach the second floor. There was a long and narrow corridor on the second floor, and there seemed to be rooms on both sides. There was a nameplate with numbers on the door. The first room I saw had the number 203 written on it. I followed the middle-aged woman and continued to walk forward. When I was almost at the end of the corridor, I stopped. Rooms 207 and 209. The one on the left is a single room, and the one opposite it is a double room. The middle-aged woman carefully fumbled for a while from the bunch of keys in her hand, took out 2 keys, and handed them to Lemon. Go in and have a rest. Oh, by the way, if you lose your keys, I have backups here, but they cost 2 euros each. Remember that. After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the first floor. I guess he went to watch TV. How do we divide the 3 of us? Ryan asked outside the corridor. I'll live in a single room, and you two can live in a double room. Lemon gave his own suggestion. Before Thomas could say anything, Ryan refused. No, I'll live in a single room. I haven't spent a night in the same room with a grown man yet. I'm not used to it, and I won't be able to sleep. He didn't live in a dormitory when he went to college because he didn't want to put himself in a difficult position. That's perfect. It gives you a chance to experience life, Lemon said with a smile, but he still gave the key to the single room in his hand to Ryan. Go and have a rest. Good night. I wish you two a good night together. Ryan inserted the key, turned it gently, and walked into room 207. Outside the corridor, only Lemon and Thomas were left. Go in. Lemon took the key, inserted it accurately into the small gap, turned it to the right, and the door opened. The 2 grown men walked into room 209. Lemon fumbled and pressed the light switch in the room. In an instant, the orange light enveloped the space. The room was not small, and there were 2 small beds, the type that was long enough, but not wide enough. In the middle of the 2 small beds, at the head of the bed, there was a small cabinet for storing small items. There were 3 layers above and below. Lyman wandered around and found that the conditions of this hotel were okay. In addition to sleeping, there was also an independent bathroom, which was in the compartment at the corner, with a space of about 3 square meters. He also turned on the faucet and water did flow out. Lyman threw the backpack he was carrying aside, took out a toothbrush, toothpaste, and towel from it, and prepared to clean up his personal hygiene. After washing up, he walked out of the bathroom and said while packing some things, "Thomas, you should hurry up and get it done. When I was washing up just now, the water flow in the faucet became less. I guess this place will be out of water at night." Oh. Thomas, who was sitting on the bed, did not delay any longer. He took his things and went into the bathroom. After Lyman sorted out his things, he lay down on the small bed. There was a sound of running water in the bathroom. He stared at the ceiling blankly, his mind empty. There is really no water. I was planning to take a shower. Less than 3 minutes later, Thomas came out. What he said was really right. This hotel will automatically cut off the water after 11 o'clock in the evening. No way. This is Venice, and now is the time of the film festival. Where else can I find a cheap and well-equipped accommodation? Just sleep. Thomas smiled bitterly. Yes, now is the time when members of the film industry from all over the world are eager to come to Venice, plus some tourists who come to visit the film festival spontaneously. The surrounding accommodation hotels are doing very well. This is their most prosperous and popular period of the year. Alas, if there are difficulties, just overcome them. It's just that I didn't take a shower. I won't die. Thomas felt much better in his heart after comforting himself in this way. Lying in bed, I don't know how much time has passed. Thomas still hasn't fallen asleep. He looked at Lyman and found that he didn't seem to be asleep either, so he asked softly, "Do you think our movie has a chance to be screened in the exhibition hall?" Lyman didn't say anything. Just when Thomas thought he was actually asleep, his voice came over. "The chance is slim. The Venice International Film Festival has a total of 4 units, namely Main Competition Unit, Horizon Unit, Film Critics Week Unit and Venice Day Unit. Among them, the Main Competition Unit is the most popular. The highest Venice award every year, the Golden Lion Award, is produced in this unit. As for other international A-class awards such as the Jury Grand Prix, Best Actor/Actress Award, and Best Screenwriter, they are also selected by them. As for the Horizon Unit, although there are also competition selection criteria in it, the persuasiveness of the award is not high, and it lacks a lot of flavor and honor compared to the formal unit. As for the Critics Week and Day Unit, it is more like a farce. The entry threshold is also very low. It all depends on the taste of those film critics and film judges. As long as a certain movie is on the right track, it can almost be on the list and there is no upper limit. However, they do not set awards, but simply praise it in newspapers. This can also be seen from the data. Only about 15 films enter the final Main Competition Unit every year, while the number of films that can enter the Horizon Unit is expanded to about 20 films. As for the 2 units with no cards at the back, there are many who can enter. I think there is a chance. Thomas turned over, looked at Lyman again, and continued, "Maybe we can also win an award or something." Win an award. The main competition usually selects about 15 to 20 films for screening, and these films will compete for various awards at the Venice Film Festival. Even if the less valuable Horizon Unit is included, there will be no more than 40 places. Lyman went to the registration office to inquire during the day today. This year, there are more than 500 films registered, and there are countless filmmakers or industry enthusiasts who did not get the screening qualification like Lyman, so they chose to screen in the surrounding areas. When he heard these data, he was shocked. God knows where there are so many film directors in the world, and they have all shot works. Lyman didn't have much intention in this regard, and after collecting accurate data, he was even less hopeful. After being selected from hundreds of films, it is still not eligible for screening. No matter how you think about it, you think that this kind of miracle will not appear in a film of the type Buried. However, Lyman didn't explain much. It's okay for him to know whether the chance is slim or not. There is no need to ruin Thomas's vision. He is still young and still at the age of dreaming. Thanks for your good wishes. Buried will be a big hit. Lyman could only answer like this. He turned over and looked out the window. It was pitch black nearby, and in the distance was the center of the film festival. The bright lights could be seen even from a few kilometers away. It must be very lively there. People were coming and going, so comfortable. This artificial island in the province of Venice, Italy, still exudes brilliance even under the heavy night. Please vote CAC. Chapter 21 First day of operation. Please recommend and collect. Lyman, I bought a few newspapers. Take a look. Ryan walked in with a happy face and put the newspaper in his hand on the small cabinet between the 2 small beds. Lyman slowly got up, sat cross-legged, and found a comfortable position to lean on. He sat at the head of the bed, lowered his head, took a newspaper and read it. The name of the newspaper is Baptist, which is a long-established Italian media brand. Monsoon Wedding, Disorder Age, Your Mother is the Same, There is a Hollywood in Hong Kong, Invincible, Me Without You. Lemon's eyes read over the lines, and he didn't know why he felt a little envious in his heart. Today is August 3rd, and the Venice Film Festival will open tomorrow, and the list of participating films will also be announced today. The media newspapers must be the first to unveil this curtain. They are the mouthpiece of the film festival. He read through the newspapers one by one. Most of them were about the various information about the films that would be exhibited tomorrow or the awards that the films would win. He read through them again, but just like the last time, he did not find any information about Buried Alive. The window was open, and the slight cool breeze outside blew, but it could not drive away the restlessness in his heart. Finally, Lemon held a large newspaper in his hand, put it back on the bedside table in a daze, and sighed softly. He spent €30 to write the information, and went to the registration office to register that day, but his film was not included in the official exhibition hall unit. Disappointed. It seems a little. Ta-ta-ta. With the sound of footsteps, Thomas walked in from outside, and sat down on the bed next to Lemon, and then handed him a meal in his hand. Lemon looked at him, forced a smile on his face, and took it. This was a pancake similar to a pancake with various jams. To be honest, it didn't taste good, and had a weird taste. Facts have proved that Thomas' words are really a vision. After all, he is not the son of God, and it is impossible for him to have good luck all the time. The movie Buried Alive was not shortlisted for the competition unit, so it is impossible for it to win. Without even the qualification to enter, what is the competition? Is it delicious? Thomas asked. This is what he packed for Lemon after he went downstairs to have breakfast early in the morning. The taste is quite in line with his appetite. Very good. Lemon nodded and then ate the remaining pancakes in a big bite. What are we going to do next? Ryan asked on the side. Have you rented the projection equipment? I have agreed with the merchant. The rental fee is €100 per day, and the deposit is €5,000. I have already paid it. I can go to his place to take out the projection equipment and show our movie at any time. Ryan answered Lemon's question carefully. The whole set of projection equipment is still a bit expensive. In order to avoid damage, the merchant asked for a deposit in advance, which is very reasonable. After all, if the equipment is really broken and the person runs away, that little money will not cause him to lose too much. Are we going to show it today? Thomas said. When I went down just now, I saw a lot of people going to Lido Island. Let's go too. It happens that tomorrow is the opening ceremony of the film festival. I haven't seen how the Venice Film Festival is held yet. Lemon chewed the food in his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. I haven't seen it either. Let's go together tomorrow. Okay. Ryan also agreed with this suggestion. Their film did not enter any unit in the end. Anyway, there is no official endorsement. If they show it themselves, they can find a roadside to do it. There is no rush. Since we are here, it is good to broaden our horizons. Lemon also wants to know how good those movies that can enter the exhibition hall can be. Maybe he is still a little unwilling. On August 4th, the annual Venice Film Festival opened as scheduled. Early in the morning, the largest building on Lido Island, the film palace of the main venue, was surrounded by people. As early as 2 days ago, the decoration here began. A bright red carpet stretched from the entrance of the film palace to the roadside outside. Guardrails were set up on both sides of the carpet. A large group of reporters set up their guns and cannons like an army, playing their roles. Experienced reporters would hold up their flashlights, shout the names of the stars passing by on the red carpet, and ask them to pose, clicking to use up the film. At this time, a black Lincoln stopped at the end of the red carpet, and a gray-haired old man walked out of it, stepping onto the red carpet in high spirits. Nanni Moretti. The scene fell into a small climax again. The media reporters who had been silent or perfunctory before suddenly opened fire, and the flashlights flashed into a piece, trying to dazzle the old man on the stage, and at the same time they shouted, "Look here, Chairman. Here, this old man is the chairman of the jury of this Venice Film Festival, and it is also the nth time in his life that he has presided over the Venice Film Festival. The local Italian media respect him very much." Next, more people will come on stage. Directors and actors walked by one in an orderly manner, and reporters and media fired intermittently. The rules are easy to grasp. Those film technical talents who do not have special cast to pick them up, or have special cast to pick them up, but do not rely on their looks to make a living, will be ignored. Reporters will just pretend to be there, applaud a few times, and then pass by. Only those film workers who are newsworthy or native to Italy can fire their weapons. About an hour and a half later, the guests had almost left, and the opening ceremony finally began. According to the rules of previous years, if you want to enter the film palace to watch, in addition to those invited members of the opening ceremony, there will be venue tickets flowing out in the circle as usual, but the expensive price of up to €5,000 per ticket is obviously not what Lyman, Ryan and others are willing to bear, so they did not go to the main venue of the film palace to watch the opening ceremony with those stars, actors, and directors, but chose the brunch venue next to it, €100 per person. The opening movie of this venue is called Monsoon Wedding. From the information on the application, it can be concluded that this movie has a high voice to win the Golden Lion Award, second only to Dog Days, which is the most favored by media critics. Of course, if the judges had not paid attention to this film, it would not have been arranged as the opening film. After checking the tickets, they sat in the brunch venue next to the film palace, and Lyman and the other two waited quietly for the film to be played. It looks like it's very exciting. Thomas said this with the official film information in his hand. Hearing this, Lyman grinned. There were still 10 minutes before the venue was due to leave, and the crowd that came in filled the huge screening room. Looking around, it was a sea of black, white mixed race people from all regions came to participate in the Venice Film Festival, and the charm of the art of film can be seen. After waiting for 10 minutes, the movie started. This is a movie about the love of Indian women. The general plot can be seen from the beginning. In a relatively wealthy family, Father Lalit and his wife Pimi are busy with the marriage of their daughter Adit. They want to hold a grand and luxurious wedding for their daughter, but they are suffering from a tight budget, so they have to be frugal. At the same time, family members from all over the world have come back to their hometown for this wedding. Lalit also needs to worry about these things, so he is very busy in just a few days. His daughter Adit is going to marry Hemant, a network engineer working in Houston, USA. In this designated marriage, the two of them will meet for the first time at the engagement ceremony and become partners immediately a few days later. But Adit likes another talk show host, and it is an extramarital affair, but she still falls in love without hesitation. Adit's cousin Aisha flirts with college student Raghu. Wedding planner Dubey is busy dealing with Lalit while falling in love with his maid Alice. As the story develops, Lyman is extremely uncomfortable. The setting of the characters in this monsoon wedding combined with the image of India that he knows is completely false. The director obviously raised the status of Indian women and weakened the tolerance of the whole society for women who do not obey their husbands. Even if it is necessary for the plot, it is too much and completely disrespectful to Indian customs. I remember there is a famous curse word in India, which goes like this: I hope you will give birth to a daughter. This shows that the status of women there is very low. To what extent? When getting married, the woman provides almost all the items needed for the wedding, and also has to give a dowry, while the man does not have to pay anything. As in the documentary A Country Without Women, there are many cases where female children choose to drown from the beginning of their birth. It is also the serious male superiority and female inferiority that India has always been the most famous place for rape in the world, and their capital New Delhi is even called the rape capital. The funny thing is that India's laws are still based on the British colonial period more than 100 years ago. For rape, if a woman is lucky enough not to die, she will testify in court and the judge will recognize it, but she will have to wait for several to 10 years to get the result. Not only that, she will have to pay high litigation costs and reveal her inner scars over and over again. Because of the testimony in court, the female victims of rape must explain every detail of the violation clearly before the judge will accept it. The story on the screen continues, and the beautification of the status of Indian women is more prominent. But on second thought, Lyman seemed to understand the director's good intentions. She probably knew that India was full of fierce social contradictions. This movie was more like a kind of sustenance in her heart. She hoped that the status of Indian women could rise and even be equal to men. No wonder it was filmed like this. It turned out to be the thought of a feminist fighter. After watching the movie silently and listening to the speech of director Miranair, Lemon complained. Let's go. Ryan watched an Indian movie while holding back his sleepiness. He couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing the end of the movie, he hurriedly urged. Yes. Thomas agreed. When the three of them embraced the sunshine outside again, Ryan couldn't help but say, "What is a movie about? It's going to make me sleepy." Thomas also yawned. There are too many characters. I can't remember them. I can't recognize every face. Lemon was silent. These two rough guys probably can't appreciate this type of art film. Apart from the director's personal stuff, the quality of this movie is still above the level. The plot is smooth, the rhythm is controlled, and the actors' performances are not superficial. It can be watched. Go back, Lemon said, and walked out along the road. The two immediately followed. Daily votes CAC. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22. Someone agrees. Please recommend and collect. The main venue of the Film Palace is located in the south of Lido Island. It has a good geographical location and convenient transportation. Early in the morning, Lemon, Ryan, and Thomas went to the rental company and got a set of projection equipment. Then they rushed to the screening location. Lemon sat in the taxi and looked out through the window. He could see pedestrians walking slowly on the street. Leisure, ease, and order. This is his impression of this town. The taxi was still driving smoothly and soon arrived at the destination. The three got out of the car, took the equipment in the trunk of the car, and started walking. They wanted to choose a suitable location for screening. Looking around, in fact, many people had already started on the open space on both sides of the Film Palace. They pulled up a curtain and were showing their own open-air movies. Lemon and the other two continued to walk and saw a black man in his 30s walking around on the side of the road, talking non-stop. When I got closer and listened, I realized that he was promoting his own movie. Hey, man, do you want to see my work? It's really good. Some passers-by stopped to watch under his encouragement, but most of them left after watching for a while. The black man was not discouraged and continued to solicit customers in his fairly standard English. Go and have a look. Ryan looked excited. I don't know if it was the environment or the courage of the black man. As he said this, he had already walked over. The black man was so happy to see Lemon and others willing to watch his movie that he danced with joy and said, "This is my movie. I shot it." Ryan listened quietly and suddenly asked, "Can your movie sell?" When the black man heard it, although he was a little confused, he still smiled and said, "Hey, man, this movie took me 2 years to shoot. In order to get here from Diadora, I traveled a lot and endured hardships all the way, but none of this matters. What matters is that I screened my movie at the Venice Film Festival and many people watched it. This is my long cherished wish, and it actually came true. As for making money, I never thought about it." Lemon listened and remained silent. If the movie cannot generate profits, how can he continue his beloved career? Relying on love to generate electricity? Don't be ridiculous. Anyway, he can't understand the thinking of this kind of movie fanatic. Oh, brother. Then you have lost a lot. It must have cost a lot of money to come here from your hometown. Ryan obviously did not agree with the black man's point of view. He continued, "You must be very rich to be able to waste so luxuriously." Lemon added silently in his heart, "Those are not important." The black man was about to start explaining his creative experience. Lemon made a look, and the three of them ran away. The movie shot by this black man does not even have a complete story. A shot here and a shot there. It's like watching a personal landscape film. It's so boring. Continue walking forward and come to the back of the gate of the Film Palace venue. There is an intersection of roads here, one leading to the venue and the other leading to the exit. There are a lot of people, which is very suitable for showing movies. Let's go here. After the decision was made, the three of them began to debug the projection equipment. After operating as the merchant said, they pulled up a screen to project the image. Then, they took out the copy of the movie from their backpack and put it into the machine, and everything was done. Try it. Ryan pressed the switch neatly and started playing their movie Buried. This was the nth time the three of them had watched this long filmed movie, but it was the first time they watched it in public. Just seeing Heath Ledger's panicked expression made Lemon dazed. He looked around subconsciously and then smiled bitterly. Except for him, Ryan, and Thomas, there was no audience. The movie was still playing, and Ryan obviously discovered this problem. After thinking about it, he said, "I'll go to the intersection to pull people over. That trick looks pretty good. I'll go too." Thomas volunteered. "Well, the two of us will go. Lemon, you stay here and watch the equipment and the copy of the movie." Seeing him nod, Ryan took Thomas to the intersection, where they just met. It was not far from the screening point, about less than 15 meters. Lemon watched the two people's mouths move, and also directed the interested passers-by with his hands. After a while, an uncle left the road and walked towards Lemon along the lawn. It took less than 3 minutes from the past, and an audience was willing to try it. This method really works. The passerby uncle stopped to watch, and at this time the screen had already shown the scene of Paul knocking on the coffin for help. In the movie, the character played by Heath Ledger was struggling in the coffin, and the camera made a big circle from left to right, allowing the audience to know the environment inside the coffin more directly and clearly. Small, dark, and then several flash close-up shots focused on Heath Ledger, and the wound on his forehead was still vivid. The uncle subconsciously hugged his arms around his chest to relieve his anxiety. He thought to himself, if he was trapped in the coffin, how would he escape? After a while, a few more girls came. Judging from their chattering, they were probably together. At least they were chatting. That tall guy just now was so handsome. Oh, do you think so too? I thought I was the only one who thought so. Did you say that this movie was shot by him? Well, this was attracted by Ryan's beauty. Lemon couldn't help but look at him and saw Ryan's mouth opening and closing with a sincere smile on his face. He looked like a man engaged in that industry, a male prostitute, a duck, he thought dimly. Andres couldn't help but get irritated. From the moment he came, the movie entered a very fast-paced story, but he always heard irrelevant noises in his ears, and he could hardly hear the sound in the movie. If these people continue to make so much noise, they will definitely miss some important plot next. The emotions of tension, worry, and expectation were mixed together. He clenched and unclenched his fists, and finally couldn't help but roared, "Stop making noise." He turned around and said this to the girls next to him. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a little regretful, and his tone seemed a little strong. The uncle silently turned his head and continued to watch the movie, trying to pretend that nothing had happened. The girls were startled, but their own qualities made them understand that it was their own fault. They stopped chatting and making noises, and did not choose to leave. They just stood there and enjoyed the movie together. The uncle was even more uncomfortable. If it were usual, he would just slander this little sound in his heart, and would not be so impulsive and yell. But the sound of this movie really needs to be listened carefully. To be heard clearly next to this venue is a road intersection. There are many pedestrians, and the sound dispersion of the projector speaker is serious. It is necessary to concentrate to understand the shots in this movie. The lines of the protagonist's phone call are the main point, to promote the original appearance of the background. Can you not hear it clearly? At this time, the noise close to the ear is simply a torture. No wonder the uncle yelled a warning to a group of girls. On the screen, the man trapped in the coffin began to call 911 for help. The call was connected, and a female operator's voice came. "Hello, I'm buried alive." The man took a deep breath and stuttered, "Please, save me, I may die." "Sir?" The operator seemed confused. "I'm trapped in the coffin, come and save me, send someone to save me." The man's right hand tightly held the phone, and his left hand held a lighter, his eyes wandering at the weak flame. "Sir, you have to calm down. Tell me first, what is your name?" "Paul Conroy." "Okay, Mr. Conroy, can you tell me where you are now?" The man closed his eyes in pain. "I don't know." The voice was terribly hoarse. "I'm trapped in the coffin. I don't know where I am. Please, save me. I don't want to die." "You are in the coffin?" Yes. Paul felt that he was almost out of breath, as if an invisible hand was pinching his throat, and the feeling of suffocation made his face begin to turn red. An old-fashioned wooden coffin. Are you in a funeral home? No. Paul quickly denied. I don't know. I'm trapped underground. Come and save me. Can you recall why you were trapped in a coffin? The operator continued to ask slowly. When I was driving in Afghanistan, the road suddenly exploded. Then I woke up and I was in a coffin. His eyes were also blank. Then why were you attacked? Why do you have so many questions? I'm dying. Come and save me. Don't ask, please. Find someone to save me. The operator wasted his time endlessly, which made the man more and more furious. I'm somewhere in Afghanistan. Find someone to save me. Are you a soldier? The operator asked calmly again. It seemed that he was not affected by the man's anger. The man suddenly laughed out loud, and an inexplicable sadness lingered in his heart, which became a huge irony. I'm not a soldier, I'm just a businessman. He breathed heavily, unable to speak a coherent sentence. He knew that the oxygen was getting less and less. The operator said helplessly, you said you were buried alive somewhere underground in Afghanistan, but how can we find you in a short time? Is she asking me for a solution? The man thought blankly. Aren't there American troops stationed there? Notify them to come and look for me. I'm really going to die, please. Save me. Save me. The operator's words interrupted the man's endless requests for help. Mr. Conroy, this is the alarm station in Michigan. We can't notify the soldiers stationed abroad. Forget it. The man hung up the phone. Chapter 23. Someone appreciates it. Please recommend and collect. Angel suddenly felt a ridiculous sense of humor, as if the man in the movie had made a wrong choice by calling 911 for help. The always calm operator seemed to be listening to a farce and did not help at all. Instead, he wasted the man's precious time and consumed the little oxygen in the coffin. A man was about to be killed, but the people around him turned a blind eye because they did not know each other. The scenes just now gave the uncle such a feeling. Although he knew that it was not the operator's fault, he still could not suppress his anger. He even thought that if he met such an operator, he would definitely scold her. But none of this had any effect on the man in the movie who wanted to live. He lay decadently in the coffin. His breathing was almost inaudible. The lighter that his left hand had been holding began to release. The light disappeared, and the screen was dark. Was the man going to die? The uncle could not help but start to worry. Yes, how could he save himself? Even 911 didn't help, so it was time to despair. After Paul extinguished the lighter again, he didn't give up, but calmly thought about the solution. After reorganizing his thoughts, he lit the lighter again and started to make calls. He called his wife, Linda, first. Unfortunately, Linda didn't answer the phone. The man turned to the 411 directory service, hoping to find the FBI's phone number, but the operator insisted on asking Paul to specify a specific state and city. In his impatience, he casually said Chicago. After that, the call was transferred to the FBI in Chicago, and he began to explain the situation. Lyman had already watched the movie he made completely. From the moment someone stopped, he stepped aside and stared at the crowd. He counted that from the beginning, when the uncle came over, to the three girls. 50 seconds passed. Later, more people joined in one after another. Now there are 17 viewers, and no one left in the middle, which means that after the movie is played, the loss rate is still 0. He scanned back and forth, and found another suspicious person. 7 seconds ago, this pedestrian passed by, and saw people gathered here. With the mentality of watching the excitement, he also stopped and looked at the roadside from about 5 meters away. Then, he walked a little closer, but his body posture was still ready to leave at any time. After more than 10 seconds, he took a few steps forward, and then more than 10 seconds passed. His body was completely facing the direction of the screen, and walked to the group of people watching free movies, before standing up to watch. The number of moviegoers also increased from 17 to 18. In addition to Ryan and Thomas soliciting customers, new audiences also formed in this way. Of course, not all pedestrians will stop to watch and not leave. Most of them just glanced and left directly, without any attraction. Some stopped to watch for a while, and left in a few minutes, and some would even mutter the words "what a bad movie." But in general, as long as they really joined the crowd of moviegoers, no one chose to leave, and the ratio of stopping to watch to joining the group was about 12-1. While Lyman was looking around at the potential audience, this small group was like a magnet, tirelessly emitting magnetic force, selecting people with common characteristics from the passers-by, and attracting them in 18, 20, 25, 33, 47 in just half an hour. The number of people expanded to 52. It took 50 minutes to grow from 1 person to 17, and only 30 minutes to grow from 17 to 52. What does this mean? It means that the growth rate is accelerating. Lyman, who had nothing to do, has been counting, absolutely accurate to the first decimal point, and the number of spectators continues to increase. The open space he chose is quite large, but more than 50 people of different heights, weights, and sizes come here, and there is room for the projection equipment, the screen, and the distance between the screen and the audience, so it seems a bit crowded. The pedestrians who stopped to watch again behind him did not need to move closer after being interested, because he was already standing on the side of the road. "Hey, Ryan, why are you here? I just passed by. It's quite interesting. You should come and see it too. Didn't we agree to go to the exhibition hall to watch the movie Your Mother Is the Same? It's already 10:30. The show is about to start. Let's go." "No, no, no, I've seen the most interesting part. Wait until I finish watching the movie first." This man is so unlucky. How could those idiots of American politicians save him? "Dad, let's go. I want to eat ice cream." The Afghan region is so chaotic. Isn't it the Americans who are doing this behind the scenes? These thugs will definitely not let Paul go. To me, his family is the most pitiful and is threatened. The United States will not provide protection as promised. When there are too many people, it is impossible to maintain the quiet atmosphere in front. In the intervals when the pace of the film slows down, there are audiences who keep popularizing science or expressing their own opinions on watching the movie. The noisy atmosphere also attracts more attention from passers-by. People all over the world, regardless of skin color, have the mentality of watching the fun. This is an element deeply rooted in their genes. Whenever something happens, there will be a large crowd of people around. Now that it is so lively here, it can be regarded as creating momentum for the movie. After a while, Thomas and Ryan also returned to Lyman. They obviously noticed the grand occasion here and understood that they didn't need to show off their smiles. "How is it? How many people are there?" Ryan asked with a little excitement. "There are too many people coming later. I can't count them, but there are at least more than 70. Lyman gave his most conservative estimate. There are quite a lot of people. Looking at the audience in front of him who were concentrating on watching the film, Thomas couldn't help but sigh. If this is a funeral for their work buried alive, Lyman admitted it. Even if it will enter the offline market after returning, and there will be no light, it is worth it. At least it has been recognized, he thought. As time goes on, the film also begins to enter the final stage. After Paul once again rejected the mob's proposal to record a video, he slowly turned over and lay on the coffin, his eyes revealing despair. 911 rejected him, the FBI questioned him, and the parent company fired him on the phone because he had harassed a female employee in the company some time ago. According to company regulations, he would lose his job. What's even more ridiculous is that the man who was selectively forgotten by everyone was most concerned about the gang of thugs. They called him one by one, threatening him and clamoring to kill his whole family if he didn't record the video. At this moment, he was like an ant. His life was toyed with wantonly, and the price was paid by the Washington authorities. It was their greed and lies that brought the man to this situation. Creaky, the narrow coffin seemed to be unable to bear the weight of the sand outside and began to make sounds. Paul was awakened. He looked at the gradually twisted top board with deep eyes, full of fear and a hint of relief. He called home again, but it was no longer his wife, but his mother who was suffering from Alzheimer's disease in a nursing home. In her memory, Paul was still a child. She kept talking about trivial things. The words that were repeated many times made Paul completely collapse. Even though the man shed tears, he still bit his lower lip tightly to prevent his voice from coming out. His mother began to forget him. He was abandoned in a barren land, waiting for death to come, but he still Didn't want his mother to worry about him. A corner of the coffin began to collapse, and sand poured down like a waterfall. The man quickly hung up the phone and tried to block the hole with his coat and clothes, but this action didn't seem to have much effect. Sand continued to pour in. At this speed, it wouldn't take too much time to really bury Paul alive. At the critical moment, the phone began to vibrate again, and the man answered the phone, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. On the other end of the phone was the gang of thugs. They told the detailed address of the man's family, and threatened to film it again. This time Paul agreed. He couldn't guarantee that the US government would guarantee the safety of his family. Besides, he was going to die, so he didn't care about anything. After hanging up the phone, the man turned on his phone again and recorded a video as a will, leaving everything he had to his wife Linda and his daughter. "I love you, Linda, Sally," he said at the end of the video. This sentence is also the last trace he left in this world. The sand continued to pour in sparsely, burying him bit by bit. Paul's thoughts began to wander. In the end, only his daughter's laughing words were left echoing in his muddled mind. The movie is over. The audience who watched it cleaned up their hurt hearts. Some people have not yet gotten out of their emotions, with dry tears on their cheeks, standing there in a daze, revealing a trace of helpless fragility. The last whole segment of non-stop tear-jerking did not disappoint Lemon's expectations and successfully shocked the audience. A slightly relaxing background music began to sound, and the announcement began to appear on the screen. Director, Lemon Rattles. Screenwriter, Ryan Lemon. Starring, Heath Ledger as Paul. Cameraman, Carmen Sabot. Script manager, Thomas Stagerhand, Ryan. The audience seemed to be frozen in place, watching the long list of cast members without leaving. In the end, it was the uncle at the beginning who first came to his senses and started applauding. "Pa please, I write novels. Cac, I'm asking for votes every day, thank you." Chapter 24 Movie buyer, please recommend and collect. The sporadic applause was not abrupt in the slightly noisy environment. The uncle was still clapping there, clapping very vigorously. Pa, his action seemed to be a signal, and then there was a second applause. Slowly, the third, fourth, and fifth applause became louder and louder, and finally it became a chorus. Lemon, who had been counting heads beside him, could not stand. Looking at the scene in front of him, his chest was filled with an indescribable emotion, so full that it filled his entire chest and even made his breathing become rapid. He remembered the hardships and struggles of asking for someone to publish his book in the past period of time. The memories flashed through his mind like frames, and finally stopped at what Ryan said in the silent morning, "Let's go to Venice." Somehow, his nose suddenly felt a little sour, and his eyes were swollen, as if there was sand in them, and they were uncomfortable. Before he could control his emotions, he felt a pain in his back, and someone slapped him hard. Looking back, Lemon saw Ryan's happy face. He was really happy. Not only did he pat Lemon vigorously, but he also patted Thomas back heavily, muttering some stupid words like God. Thomas, who was standing next to him, was touched. After being teased by Ryan, he immediately patted Ryan's back vigorously. The two grown men were competing with each other, and neither of them was willing to stop first. The screening of Buried Alive was over. It was more lively than Lemon expected. The deserted scene he imagined did not appear. After watching the movie, the audience spontaneously applauded to express their suppressed emotions. All signs indicate that the audience is quite satisfied with the movie. After rubbing his cheeks vigorously to calm his chaotic brain, Lemon was about to take out the copy and find a time to screen it in the afternoon. Suddenly, a big bald head emerged from the crowd. "Hello," the bald man said politely without any pretense. "I want to ask, are you the director of this movie?" "Yes," Lemon asked hesitantly. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" "My name is Armin Novi." As he spoke, the bald man stretched out his right hand. "From Europa Films." Half an hour ago, Armin had just finished watching a movie at the brunch venue of the Film Palace. When he was about to leave, he found the strangeness of this place on the side of the road. A group of people stood together, as if watching something, with nothing to do, and the idea of watching the excitement. Armin walked over. Oh, it turned out to be watching a movie. He thought so. Out of curiosity and work, he watched the second half of the movie carefully. After the movie ended, he immediately made a phone call to his boss. "Reese, where are you?" As if he realized that his wording was a bit inappropriate, he said again, "I have some situation to report. Did you get The Age of Disorder?" A voice came from the other end of the phone. "No, the film's distribution rights were acquired by EMI yesterday. I went to ask today, and the director explained the situation. As a film buyer who often goes back and forth to various film festivals, Arman missed his first target. It's okay, you can try to get in touch with the Mexican director's works this afternoon, think more about it, and then give me a reply." Why to Mama Tambien? Didn't they say that this movie is not strong enough to win awards? There's nothing we can do. There are potential works, and all the film companies are competing. We can't compete in this area. We can choose a slightly worse one, and make some profit. At least it's not a wasted trip. Yes, their company is still far behind those truly powerful international distributors. But Arman had already made up his mind. He tried to say, although we have withdrawn from the final competition of this film festival, the film industry is ultimately determined by the market. We may be able to win back from this aspect. The person on the other end of the phone was stunned. Thinking that Arman was his right-hand man, he simply said, "What I mean is that while no one is scrambling for those films with low chances of winning, we can directly buy out the copyright at a suitable price and make some profits through subsequent operations. They are all literary and artistic films. If they can't even compete in the awards, how can they compete in the market? This is a dream talk." Arman held the phone, looked at Lyman and the other two behind the projection equipment, and then looked at the audience who were still applauding, and then continued, "I have found a new target." Lyman looked at the bald man in front of him in astonishment, but still shook his outstretched right hand, relieved the embarrassment, and said, "Hello, Mr. Arman. May I ask who is the producer or investor of this movie?" The bald man asked again. Lyman, who came to his senses, finally understood what the bald man in front of him was doing. The two questions in a row were all about movie information. Without exception, the person was either a professional moviegoer or a movie buyer. Regarding the other party's active exploration, Lyman said directly, "The film was produced by Man Studio, which was founded by me and my friends, and the copyright is also in our hands." I don't know why, after knowing the other party's background, Lyman was not as happy as he imagined. Perhaps it was because of the difficulties in seeking distribution before, or perhaps the passion brought to him by the audience just now had not yet dissipated. At this time, he seemed particularly calm. The bald man nodded. "Let me put it this way, Director Lyman, I just appreciated some of your works and I'm a little interested in this movie, so I want to watch it again alone." He then explained, "Maybe I will bring a few colleagues with me. You know, the issue of buying out the copyright of the movie is not a trivial matter. Both of us need to be as cautious as possible." He said the word cautious very seriously, as if to emphasize his own considerations and a kind of advanced statement similar to a retreat. Objectively speaking, he should be happy that a film company is willing to distribute Lyman's film. He really needs help in this regard, and Lyman agrees with this. But he stood there from beginning to end, and after listening to Arman's speech, he did not nod easily to show his willingness to cooperate. He suddenly figured it out. Now he has the advantage. A movie, after all, depends on the audience market. In the past, he asked others, but failed, so he turned to himself. Now others recognize the movie and come to him. He wants to play with fire. Afternoon? Not in the afternoon. Someone has an appointment with me. I have to go to his place first. Lyman apologized. "Sorry, Mr. Arman, can you make an appointment tomorrow?" Someone is also optimistic about this movie. This is the first thought in Arman's mind, but then he thought about it. I don't know how long this movie has been shown, so it's not surprising that someone noticed it. Facing the meaning revealed in Lyman's words, Arman seemed very calm. At least on the surface he didn't seem to be panicked at all, but he began to murmur in his heart. Of course, he knew that there was more than one professional film buyer at the Venice Film Festival, and he also knew that, if other people got involved, they would inevitably fall into a vicious competition again, or, like the movie The Age of Disorder, they would not even have the opportunity to participate in the competition. What should he do? Facts have proved that Lyman's trick of creating something out of nothing works quite well. Buying and selling movies is a game, and he is the dealer. Why can't he manipulate the market? His past running around made him understand the truth. Either you are excellent, or you create excellence. Can you listen to my conditions first? Arman said casually. Maybe it will change your mind. Lemon pretended to be very expectant. Really? Please tell me. 1,500,000 euros. As long as we watch the movie once and feel satisfied, we will at least pay this price to buy out the film copyright. Arman gave a very good price as soon as he opened his mouth. At the Venice Film Festival, the distribution rights of independent works are generally less than 1 million euros. Occasionally, a few potential works recognized by everyone can be hyped up to 5 million or even tens of millions of super high amounts, but those are all exhibited works, and they are also hot favorites for awards. There are only a few in the entire film festival, and most of them are mediocre movies like those that cannot win awards, so the price will naturally not be too high. Considering that Buried is also an open-air film, the director has little experience and is a newcomer in the industry. Otherwise he would not even be able to enter the exhibition hall. As a senior film buyer, Arman has rich experience, and the price he gave is reasonable. It is definitely enough to win over the other party. He looked at Lemon, wanting to know what he meant. Not enough. Lemon frowned and shook his head. Arman, do you know how much it cost to make Buried? What conditions did the distributor who invited you give? I'm a buyer. That's not what I need to consider. All he needs is to rely on his own judgment to give a suitable and as low a price as possible, instead of considering how much profit the other party can make. Lemon seemed not to hear the bald man's words and said to himself, the production cost of Buried is 1 million euros and the distributor is willing to offer 1.7 million euros, so, he continued, I have to meet with that person first and then consider your side. Mr. Arman, I'm the director of the film. I have to consider our film and the investors and choose the best way to distribute it. Let's sit down and discuss it in detail tomorrow morning. Okay. He said the last sentence. Although it was a refusal, Lemon's words were reasonable and polite, showing enough friendliness, and did not make Arman angry. Everyone is originally from two different camps, with their own positions and considerations. It is normal to have disagreements. Yeah. That offer was also the appropriate price in his mind. Since it didn't make sense, he could only wait and see what would happen in the future. Arman said a few polite words and turned away. In the independent film industry, it is normal to falsely report production costs. Outsiders can't find out at all because there is no third-party supervision agency who knows how much you spent on making a movie. It is also true that it is better to rely on oneself than on others. Please give some votes. The author is starving to death. That's all. Chapter 25. Cooperation. Please recommend and collect. Lemon sat quietly on the sofa, looking around calmly. This is a hotel suite. At this moment, all the windows are tightly covered by curtains, and no light can penetrate. In front of him is an elegant wooden coffee table, and on the wall behind the coffee table hangs a small screen, showing the movie Buried. On the sofa to his right, the bald man Arman sat with two colleagues, watching the movie attentively, and on his left sat Ryan. Thomas did not come this time. He had a more important task to perform. Continue to show movies at that intersection. To attract the attention of more movie buyers, let them compete with each other, and all join the game. Facts have proved that with the real background of the audience, it is indeed beneficial. Yesterday afternoon's screening, two more companies released their intention to buy, namely, Fox Searchlight and Focus Features. In today's commercial society, people will not miss any project that can make a profit. And Buried is like a bait thrown into the sea, attracting all kinds of fish and shrimp. Their appetites were so great that they would not even let go of the appetizers. As time went by, the screening came to an end. When the scene of Heath Ledger being buried alive appeared, the movie ended. Lemon walked forward and packed up the film copies. On the other side, Alman also walked to the window and drew the curtains, allowing the closed suite to embrace the light again. Director Lemon. Alman was about to say something when he was interrupted by one of his colleagues. Can we discuss this alone, sir? Of course. Lemon walked out the door, and Ryan beside him also followed with good insight. Whether the profit can be maximized depends first on the quality of the film. As long as these movie buyers think it can work and are willing to pay the price, this game can be played. Otherwise, no matter how much they say, it will be useless. They are businessmen, and businessmen are most profit driven. After leaving the suite, Lyman and Ryan waited in the corridor outside. Fox Searchlight also brought a film viewing group. Lyman didn't go to the live screening yesterday. He just lay in the hotel for a long time, pretending to meet someone. The source said that 2 more companies have joined, which was also reported by Ryan and Thomas after they came back. Ryan continued, "They asked us to meet this afternoon, and so did Focus Pictures. Which one should we go to first? Let's go to Fox Searchlight first, and then make plans based on the situation at the other side. Now, the initiative is in our hands." Ryan nodded, agreeing with Lyman's point of view. Outside the suite, the two were still discussing the next operation matters, and Lyman and others inside were also exchanging their opinions. Not bad. It has a certain distribution value. The first person to speak was a man with chestnut short hair, who was also the one with the most power in the company among the 3 people. However, this movie does not have a large audience. Such a strong experimental style is bound to exclude a large number of viewers. Another person also agreed. There is only one main character in the whole film, and the scenes have not changed. It is indeed very innovative, but innovation also means risk. Not bad, so we have to think carefully about what price to buy it at. The short-haired man spoke again. 1.7 million euros, how about it? The man who spoke last continued. The film was handled well by the director, and the narrative progress is also very rhythmic. The market audience is small, but it should be able to have a box office of 5 or 6 million. We offer 1.7 million euros, which is definitely not a loss. But the first round of quotations is already at this price, and now other distributors have set their sights on this movie. It is probably impossible to pick up a bargain at a low price without risk. Lyman, who knows the situation best, poured cold water on him. The short-haired man thought about it carefully and said, "If we negotiate, we will first offer 1.8 million euros and then follow up on the follow-up situation. The bottom line is about 2 million euros. Do you understand what I mean?" After the discussion, the 3 people quickly reached a consensus. Understood. When Lyman and Ryan returned to the suite again, the wooden coffee table had been moved away, leaving a larger space for discussion. The 2 people from Europa Films were already seated. After Lyman came in, he also sat next to him. Lyman and Ryan sat on the sofa opposite them. "Gentlemen, Europa Films and I are very interested in your work Buried Alive, and intend to promote it to the theater market." The short-haired man continued, "We have great sincerity for this cooperation, but the specific method still requires both of us to reach a consensus. So what are the conditions in your mind? This move of retreating to advance is a good move. No wonder you are the boss among the 3. But Lyman was no pushover. He started to criticize them directly. Our film cost 1 million euros to make, plus the subsequent participation in film festivals, which is also a considerable expense. Investors need to see returns, so the rate of return should be at least higher than depositing money in the bank. Moreover, considering that distributors have been meeting with us in the past 2 days, it means that many people are optimistic about this film. We are not short of buyers, but considering that Europa Films also belongs to France, I personally am willing to let your company distribute it. So, if the 3 of you can offer 3 million euros to buy it, I think there is an 80% chance that you can get this film." After a long string of analysis, Lyman was a little tired, but the effect was not bad. The 3 people on the opposite side were already thinking, 2 million euros, this is our bottom line. Lyman came to the rescue at the right time. Lyman pretended to struggle and thought for a while before he spoke. "It's not impossible, but it has to be changed from a buyout to a distribution copyright fee plus a certain box office dividend. Generally speaking, for independent films like this, film buyers prefer to cooperate in a buyout copyright mode. In that case, no matter how they operate, the subsequent profits are theirs. And the profit sharing means that we have to pay attention to the publicity and distribution costs. To a certain extent, it is not so arbitrary. The short-haired man chuckled twice and did not explicitly refuse 1 million euros in copyright fees and then 10% of the box office market dividends, provided that the box office performance of this movie can exceed 6 million euros. What an old fox, Lemon thought. What is the difference between this condition and the previous one? The copyright fee is reduced by 1 million pure real income, and only in exchange for a 10% dividend, and it is not a share calculated under the total profit, and there is a performance prerequisite, otherwise it will not take effect. I'm sorry, but your conditions are too harsh. Sorry, both of you, this is what we can offer. The two parties failed to reach a consensus. Lemon smiled, said a few polite words, and left the hotel with Ryan. The people from Europa Films did not try to keep them. They knew that the second round of offers just now was a bit self-deceptive, but they had never thought of negotiating the terms of copyright sharing. In their hearts, they definitely wanted to buy out the distribution rights of the film. Moreover, the bottom line of the offer has been shown. Next, when Lemon negotiates with other distributors, he can also take the opportunity to see other people's offers. They have to be clear in their minds. The battle for the distribution rights of Buried Alive has just begun, hasn't it? The trial with Europa Films lasted only half an hour, but he already knew some of the other parties' ideas. Lemon walked on the road, knowing exactly what he wanted. He also knew that the unpleasant parting of the two sides just now was just the first round of the game. Everyone is trying to get better conditions for themselves. There is nothing to say. Everything depends on their own ability. And the copyright fee of 1 million, plus so many conditions, means to refuse negotiation. Lemon understood, so he left. Generally speaking, the income generated after the release of the movie will largely fall into the pockets of three parties: the theater, the distributor, and the producer. The theater will always take a similar part, and the rest depends on the agreement between the two parties. But no matter what, it is impossible to offer such a low condition of 10% dividend. After all, after deducting the income fluctuations of various taxes, on the whole, the theater can take 40% of the box office of the movie on average. The remaining 60% is divided by the distributor and the producer. In general, according to the international distribution practice, the distributor's dividend will be between 30% and 40%, and the rest will be earned by the producer. Among them, the producer's dividend needs to be divided into two parts, one for the production company itself, and one for the crew members including the director, actors, and screenwriters. For example, if a movie generates 1 million in revenue, the theater chain will take 400,000 first, the distributor will take 200,000, and the producer will take 400,000, and share it with the crew members. Of course, these percentages can only be said to be approximate, and the specific percentages will still change according to the different distribution agreements for each work. Especially for the crew, if the first-line star actors are used, the dividend ratio will definitely be raised. If a big director like Steven Spielberg is added, the dividend required by the crew alone may be as high as 40%, or even half of the net profit. In this way, the income of the other three parties will naturally be adjusted relatively. What Europa Films proposed just now clearly did not want to discuss dividends, and also hinted at their attitude in this regard. However, Lemon didn't care. If there was no dividend, then the buyout price must be high, otherwise dividends would be given. It's a very simple judgment question. There are two choices. Which one is higher? Choose the one. Daily votes CAC. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.